sportsmanship throughout the tournament. The New Hampton Community School District.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the longest-running conference wrestling tournament in the state of Iowa, the Northeast Iowa Conference Wrestling Tournament here at KDECradio.com. Alongside Dave Omdahl, I'm Darren Swenson. We come to you from New Hampton High School as the 68th annual edition of this tournament will be competed here on two mats at the New Hampton High School Gymnasium. And Dave, you look at the team race in this one, this is probably going to be as competitive, as close, as perhaps crazy of a wrestling tournament as we've had in this conference in quite some time.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Generally, there's 1-2 teams. Might be a tight race between two of them. For the last 10 years, Waverly's kind of just run away with it. But right now, we got Charles City, probably Waverly, New Hampton, Cresco. 4 teams that I think could possibly win it, although Charles City's out, the Etherington boy. But then you got Decorah and Olwine, and they've got enough kids, although Olwine has some out now. But Decorah's got a pretty solid lineup, and they could score a lot of points without maybe so many champions or high placers. So I don't know. They got about 4 teams that could take it.
Of course, Waverly Shellrock, you can't count them out. They have won this tournament an unprecedented 10 years in a row, but
yes. In
that time they hadn't lost a dual meet in conference action. They lost 2 of them this year.
Yeah, both Olwine and Decorah have got them this year. And you know, they've still got some really, really tough kids that are ranked really, really high, but they've also got some kids that are really struggling. So, hey, every single point in this tournament will be important. In fact, every half point will be important, which you can get, of course, for a tech fall.
And when you look at a tournament like this, a lot is made of the top seeds and how the brackets come out and the seeding meetings and everything like that. But today is going to be one of those tournaments that the backside is going to be just as important as the front side. A lot of team points available on that backside of the tournament.
Sure. You only get 1 advancement point there, but your bonus points for falls, tech falls, things like that, that counts the same on either side.
And we are about ready to get things underway. We are at 106. There's 5 wrestlers in this bracket today. There will be only 1 match here at 106. And this 106 weight class, a very solid weight class. The top seed is the top ranked kid in the state, Noah Fye of New Hampton at 36-1. The number 2 seed, Michael Millage of Crestwood at 31-1. The number 3 seed, Philip Eady of Decorah, and he's at 21-5 this year. And at 106 pounds, there's a 4-5 matchup. And when your 5 seed's 22-14, that's a pretty good weight class. We are underway with Derek Wyatt of Waverly Shellrock, a junior, at 22-14, and Austin Parmalee, a sophomore for a while, at 29-12. And you're underway at 113 there, David.
Yeah, on that mat we've got walk on out here, Miles Ramsey against Ryan Steffen of Crestwood. And Steffen got a quick takedown, leading 2-0 right now.
Derek Wyatt of Waverly Shellrock with a 2-0 lead on Austin Parmalee of Olwine here on the mat to our right. 1 minute left here in the first period. So we are underway with our first round of competition here today. Again, 106, the 5 seed is a 22-14 kid, so that's probably one of the tougher brackets today. Noah Fye, the top seed for New Hampton. Michael Millage of Cresco, the number 2 seed, and a 3 seed for Philip Eady.
And we got Ryan Steffen from Crestwood over here with a cradle on Miles Ramsey. Steffen, the 4 seed with a 21-7 record. Connor Cleveland at 38-2 is the number 1 seed, and Austin Yount from Waverly Shellrock at 33-12, the 2nd seed. And Joe Kanoki at 21-7 is the 3rd seed.
And there will be a full 7-man bracket coming up at 120 pounds as Ramsey gets it done over there at 113. A fall in 1:27.
And Ryan Steffen of Crestwood has just pinned Miles Ramsey from walk-on. 33 seconds left the first period.
So Steffen moves on.
And he'll face Connor Cleveland next round.
For the cadets there. Over here on mat number 1, still a 2-0 lead for the Waverly Shellrock wrestler. Derek Wyatt, the junior for Waverly Shellrock, and Austin Parmalee, the sophomore from Owine. It's 2-0 going to the second period. It'll be a neutral start at the choice of Parmalee.
And we've got on the, I guess the north mat, both black, so can't go by colors. On the north mat here, we've got Keaton Geertz in on a double over Tristan Hansmeyer of walk-on. No score yet. Now he's down. Good double, head out to the side. Now he's trying to roll him through for a tilt, and he's got a 2 count on that tilt, just tied up the arm and rolled him up to his back. And so the score's 4-0 right now. Keaton Geertz, New Hampton, over Tristan Hansmeyer walk-on.
Wyatt still leading Parmalee by a 2-0 margin here in a Waverly Shellrock Owine match. Of course, Owine defeated Waverly Shellrock in a duel about a week and a half ago.
Yeah, and Keaton Geertz just put a deep half onto Tristan Hansmeyer and pinned him here with a minute 22 left in the first period. So Geertz will move on to Russell Brennan Ryan from Owine, the 37-7 second seed in the next round. On the top half of the bracket, 120, Brandon Mayer of Crestwood with 34-1 record. Senior got a bye this round, and he's the number 1 seed. And
okay, we're still 2-0 over here on mat number 1. Parmalee getting in on a shot, but Wyatt able to stuff the head. Wyatt still with the arms controlled of Parmalee as Parmalee tries to move forward. Wyatt just kind of hanging there to make sure nothing else happens right now, as it's still 2-0 here on mat number 1. This is the only mat on at 106, the only matchup at 106. The winner of this one will get Noah Phi in the semifinals this afternoon.
And we're up to 126 pounds, where we've got let's see, we've got Charles City, Dakota Hewitt against Jake Kearns from Owine. These are the 4th and 5th seeded wrestlers in this bracket. Kearns, the Owine, 17-8, is the 4th seed, and Dakota Hewitt with a 1-on-1 record for Charles City is the 5th seed.
And Devin Stort's getting the number 1 seed at 126. Devin going to be one of two number 1 seeds that the Decorah Vikings got today, the other being Carter Zidlicki at 285 today. And then we go to the end of the end of period number 2, that is. It is a 2-0 lead for Wyatt as we go to the third period. Wyatt will start down at his choice here at the start of the third period. Greg Becker, Eric Eckerman, and Mike Denner are your 3 officials here today. Parmalee still in that top position as Wyatt has his arm controlled. Parmalee trying to control the wrist, work off to the side. Trying to lock something up down low, can't able to do it. Now he's got control of the wrist, trying to move it up on the back. Wyatt's not able to do it. Wyatt gets up to a base, but Parmalee able to break him back down with 1:20 left here in the period. Wyatt reaches for the knee to stop Parmalee's momentum. He's able to get it. Parmalee able to break through off that knee, but now he's got a wing and a wrist trying to tilt him that way, but Parmalee is not able to keep it for right now as Wyatt continues to work in the down position. He gets a stall warning, and that's the second warning he's been given. So 1 point there for Parmalee. It's 2-1 with 53 seconds left in period number 3.
Coming into the end of the first period here between Jake Kearns from Owine and Dakota Hewitt from Charles City. Kearns leads 2-0. Quick takedown, and then he cradled him up out of bounds, but he's looked fairly dominant. Charles City's going to go neutral. Been down long enough.
30 seconds left here in the period as Parmalee continuing to work off to the side on Wyatt. As Wyatt started down in this period, they go out of bounds with 26 seconds left in the period. Wyatt has Parmalee was awarded a penalty point for stalling on Wyatt a few moments ago. Wyatt quickly to his feet, tries to switch. He's able to get a reversal, and Wyatt takes Parmalee into the down position. It's a 4-1 lead for Derek Wyatt as we move to the third period. Wyatt now has Parmalee locked up. 10 seconds left here in the period. He's getting back points as we speak. 6 seconds left here in the period. And Wyatt is going to end up with a 7-1 win on Austin Parmalee. And Derek Wyatt will move on to face Noah 5 of New Hampton in the semifinals. And that's unfortunate because Parmalee's a kid that could probably win a lot of conferences.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, the Waverly kid came out after it, right on the whistle, and it's kind of set the pace of the match. Now we've got Coons from Olwine in on a double here, but he's kind of got his head trapped in the middle. They go out of bounds. He picks up Hewitt, but to Charles City, but no point scored out of bounds.
Wyatt wins that one by a count of 7-1, so we move on to 120. This will be Carter Hubka for Decorah and Nate Lasher for Charles City.
Oh, and it looks like Olwine just got a point there for that out-of-bounds call. Eric Eckerman, the official, I'm not sure I understand it because I think Coons actually had him up in the air when they went out of bounds. So I don't know what the kid could do. But anyway, Coons from Olwine got a point there on that, apparently for fleeing the mat.
Hubka and Lasher underway, the 4-5 matchup. Carter at 23-9 this year. The junior for Decorah. Lasher a 20-16 record for Charles City, a sophomore.
And these 4-5 seeds here, a lot of times in the seeding meetings, this will be a couple kids where we don't really know, who's the best, but we'll just let them settle it out on the mat. And there, Coons got a takedown on Hewitt from LaPorte City. He put him on his back. It's kind of a headlock try by Hewitt, but Olwine stepped out in front of it, locked up, and threw him down, and he hasn't got off his back yet.
Carter in on a shot, took it from a long ways away, still has control of the leg of Lasher. Lasher with pressure around the hips of Hubka to stop his momentum. 1 minute left here in the first period. Lasher now stepping over. Carter controlling the leg of Lasher. It's a scramble situation on the side of the mat right now. Carter keeps moving through, trying to step through, but Lasher with control of the ankle of Hubka. Lasher off to the side right now, and Lasher now gets the 2-point takedown. It's a 2-0 lead for Lasher with 38 seconds left here in the first period on Carter Hubka.
Over here with the takedown and back points by Coons from Olwine leads Hewitt from Charles City 8-0.
They go out of bounds, 33 seconds left here in the period. Lasher with a 2-0 lead for Charles City on Carter Hubka and Decorah. Winner of this one will get Brandon Mayer of Cresco in the semifinals.
And there's a 2-point near fall, makes it 10-0. Coons from Olwine over Hewitt.
.22 seconds left in the period. Hubka able to get out for the escape to make it 2-1. Lasher in on a shot. Hubka able to stuff the head, trying to circle around, but Lasher controls the left leg of Hubka as he tries to circle around. 9 seconds left here in the period. They're on the side of the mat. Hubka able to escape the grip of Lasher, circles around, throws him by, now tries the opposite direction, but runs out of time here in the period, and Lasher will lead 2-1 going to the second.
And here we got Coons, actually started on top the third period from Olwine, Jake Coons. He's had pretty good luck turning Hewitt. Now he's got him in a tilt now, ball and chain tilt. Controlling the wrist up between the legs. Grabbed the tricep, and looked like he got any points off it. Close. Still lost the ball and chain. Now moves up to a half, gets out to the side, coming over the head. And Hewitt kind of bellies out.
1:45 left here in the period. It's a 2-1 lead as Lasher started in the down position here in period number 2. Lasher and Hubka, the 4 and 5 seeds at 120. Carter at 23-9. Lasher at 20-16 this year. Just underway, Northeast Iowa Conference Wrestling Tournament, the 68th annual Northeast Iowa Conference Wrestling Tournament here in New Hampton.
And here at 126, of course, we got Dakota Hewitt from Charles City getting beaten 10-0 by Jake Coons from Olwine. But this is where they should have Johnny Etherington in the lineup, and but apparently he has some concussion trouble and is not able to wrestle. That's really a shame.
And from what I'm being told, he's probably done with his wrestling career, and that's really feel bad for the kid.
Yeah, you do. And I remember when his grandfather wrestled for Algona.
Yep.
And it's a real wrestling family. He's the third generation.
And Jesse, his older brother, when he became a state place winner as a freshman, I believe Dan McCool told me that he believed that was the first family ever to have grandpa, dad, and son as he was the first third generation state place winner in the state of Iowa.
Is that right? Well, like I say, I remember the grandpa Jason. He was pretty tough from Algona. So that's before, you don't remember that?
Nope, I don't. Sorry, man.
Yeah.
And stall warning here on Lazar as Lazar able to get to his feet. And Owen gets the victory over there.
10-2 over Dakota Hewitt.
And he will face Devin Storks in the semifinals later on this afternoon. Hubka has remained in the top position on Lazar, hasn't been able to hook anything up. Lazar was warned for stalling once. 10 seconds left in the period. Lazar up to a tripod position, but Hubka able to keep him down with 3 seconds left in the period. And Hubka will go to the third, trailing by a 2-1 margin. So one takedown for Lazar and one escape for Hubka. It'll be Hubka's choice heading to the third, and he will choose down.
And on my mat here, we've got Colin Cota from Waukon, 13-7 against the second seed Connor Slifka, 25-7, also in 126. And Slifka just Kelly'd Cota and for a 2-point lead. Now on your mat, that's a good deal there that Carter's down. If he can get up and get away, he'll tie it up. 2-2.
Carter still in the down position with 1:40 left here in the third period. Lazar still covering Carter right now, has the arms around the waist. Carter trying to get up to that tripod position, but Lazar now has a leg in as well. Lazar has to be careful. He's been warned for stalling, but he's pretty active up top in this position. Carter able to get to his feet. Lazar still with the hand control, though. He still has the leg in, and now he lets him go. Carter evens it up at 2-2 with 1:11 to wrestle here in the third period.
We've got Connor Slifka with Colin Cota on his back. Had a Saturday night ride, slipped into a headlock, got her locked up tight. Arm got a good lock above the elbow. And Cota doing a lot of turning back and forth. Slifka adjusting back.
2-2 between Hubka and Lazar with 45 seconds left here in the third.
There goes the fall with 34 seconds left. Connor Slifka over Colin Cota.
Scramble situation side of the mat here, 30 seconds left in the period. Lazar reaching for the legs of Hubka. Hubka is in the top position. If he can free the escape of the leg and step over, he can get a takedown here, but Lazar still has control of the leg. They are on the side of the mat right now.
There he steps over.
And he steps over, but he ran out of real estate on the side of the mat. And with 14 seconds left, it'll be a neutral restart between Hubka and Lazar, tied at 2.
We've got another new match at 126. Keenan Tangi from New Hampton and Logan Durafield from Waverly.
2-2 the score, 7 seconds left here in the period. Hubka with 2 escapes, Lazar with the takedown. 1 minute, 1 second left, and we're going to go to sudden victory at 120 pounds as Hubka and Lazar fighting for the right to take on Brandon Mayer in the semifinals later on this afternoon.
But I'm wrong on that. We're up to 132 pounds here on the north mat, and it's Tyler Shattuck from New Hampton, 21-2, the 5th seed against Mitchell Snitker from Waukon, 21-15.
Ear-to-ear tie between Hubka and Lazar right now. Both men break away now with 40 seconds left in the period. Lazar in on a shot. Hubka warned for stalling. Hubka able to stuff the head, trying to circle around, reaching for that leg.
He's able
to get the leg, reached for the ankle, didn't quite get there. Scramble situation continuing on the side of the mat. 25 seconds left here in the period. Hubka stops his momentum right now. He's still got the underhook in, but a stalemate called by Mike Denner with 19 seconds left here in sudden victory. It's 2-2 Hubka and Lazar.
And over here, 132. I think it is pretty good 4th and 5th seeds. Snitker 21-15, Shattuck 21-2. This is a tough weight, 132. Nate Sands seeded number 1 at 40-5.
On a shot. Hupke able to get the hips back. Hupke stuffing that head again. He's got 6 seconds to work something with. He keeps circling around, but he cannot reach the leg. There's no time left, and we go to the rodeo round.
Yeah, he needs to get up on his toes a little more and some more motion on that front head.
Both men have been warned for stalling here as we go to the rodeo round, as Hupke will get the choice here for the first 30 seconds, and Hupke going to go down. Hupke was able to get out from Lasher. Lasher was ridden out by Hupke in the second period, and that's why it's still 2-2. Hupke able to get to his feet immediately, turns and faceless. Lasher down to the leg. Hupke able to stuff the head. If he can escape the grip of Lasher here, he can get his 1 point. 18 seconds left in the first rodeo round, and a stalemate called by Denner with 17.5 seconds left here in the rodeo round. First period, first section of it.
We're starting the second period over here at 132. Mitchell Snitker goes down.
There's
Still
Lasher
nothing.
stepping through. Hupke still in that down position. 10 seconds left here in the period. Hupke trying to get to his feet with 7 seconds left, but Lasher able to cut him back down. 4 seconds left in the period, and Hupke will be unable to get away, so we go to the second period of the rodeo round. We're still tied at 2. Nate Lasher will start in the down position.
And we got to write him out.
And Lasher did score first to keep that in mind. And Hupke still in that top position, now has a leg in, rolls him through. 15 seconds left in the period. He has control of the wrist, but he's riding a little too high to get a tilt in this situation. Hupke again riding pretty high with 7 seconds left in the period. Hupke with 5 seconds left in this period. And it'll be 2-2 as we head to the final round, as Lasher will get the choice now since he scored first. And Lasher is going to go top. Hupke didn't escape him with 30 seconds. Within the 30 seconds of the rodeo round here, but was able to escape him in the second period. Hupke immediately trying to get to his feet. Lasher puts the shoulder into the hips of Hupke. 23 seconds left here in the period.
Gotta stand up.
Harder able to get to his feet. Lasher still with the arms around the leg. Hupke trying to get free with 14 seconds. Hupke gets the escape and gets the overtime victory. He will face Brandon Mayer in the semifinals.
That was a hard-fought battle.
At 125, that's what a 4-5 match should be there.
That's right. That's right. We don't have so much action over here. Wakan escaped.
Sorry, buddy.
That's okay. You had the exciting match. My match is going pretty slow here. It's 1-0 second period, 17 seconds left on Snitker's escape to start the second period.
And over here at 120 pounds, it'll be the 2 seed and the 7 seed, Brennan Ryan of Owine, the 2 seed. He's 37-7, a junior this year. And Brandon Leonard of Waverly Shellrock, a freshman, he is 5-5.
And we got a double stall call. Snitker made a late shot, but nothing came of it. Time was out. And now we've got Tyler Shattuck who's going to go down to start the third period here at 132. Nate Sands from Waverly Shellrock, 40-5 state tournament place winners, the number 1 seed. He probably beat Austin Stout from Charles City, and he's the 2nd seed. And then Chase Leinhardt from Crestwood, 28-6 is the 3rd seed. And then Mitchell Snitker, 21-15 is the 3rd seed. And your Tyler Shattuck stands at 21-2, and he's the 5th seed.
Quick takedown here for Brendan Ryan as he leads it by a 2-0 margin with 1:15 left here in the second period. Again, here at 120, it'll be Brandon Mayer of Crestwood and Carter Hupke of Decorah in the semifinals. And Keaton Gertz of New Hampton will face the winner of Ryan and Leonard here as Ryan leads it by a count of 2-0.
Snitker trying to jack up a double underhook, doesn't get it. Shattuck breaks away. 1-1. Shattuck in on a head inside single. Takes Snitker to the mat, but the Snitker's got a whizzer in yet. Shattuck kind of moves out down on the ankle, trying to come around behind. Snicker holds that whizzer. Now Snicker's going to come up around the head. It didn't work, and then Shattuck gets a 2-point takedown to lead 3-1.
And now Rennan has Leonard on his back. He's been getting back points here with 25 seconds left in the period. He's out over the head. He's got the Saturday Night Ride in, and Brendan Ryan of Owine will get the fall in a minute 39 on Brady Leonard of Waverly Shellrock. So Brendan Ryan will move on to the semifinals to take on Keaton Gertz of New Hampton at 120. So the action fast and furious here in the early stages of the Northeast Iowa Conference Wrestling Tournament. Glad you're with us at KDECradio.com. Darren Swenson, Dave Omdahl with you today.
3-2 now. Snicker up and out. Snicker with a body lock takes Shattuck to the mat, but they roll through. He got 2 out of it. Leads 4-3. And that's the end. It's like Mitchell Snicker.
You'd have to call that a little bit of an upset, couldn't you?
Well, he was actually the 4th seed. Shattuck was the 5th, so.
I'm just looking at records overall.
Yeah, it looks like with a 21-2 record, you got to be top seeded instead of 5th, but I guess this is.
Snicker must have beaten Shattuck.
Must have during the year, yeah. So that's one of the criteria that they really look hard at is head-to-head.
126 on my mat over here. It's Keegan Tingy, 28-12, a sophomore from New Hampton, and Logan Deerfield of Waverly Shellrock, 6-7, a junior.
We've got still at 132, Chase Leinhardt of Crestwood, the 3rd seed, against Chase Hershey of Owine, 2022.
Tangy of New Hampton, Deerfield of Waverly Shellrock. No score, 1:10 left here in the first period. Glad you're with us today. We'll have online coverage throughout the day here at KDECradio.net. You can pick us up anywhere in the world. As Tingy in on a shot here on the side of the mat. No points given. Scramble situation. Waverly Shellrock coaches thought Deerfield should have gotten the takedown, but no avail with the argument with Mike Denner. So 0-0 as we have 53 seconds to wrestle left here in the first period.
And tricep and near leg takedown for Leonard. And, well, not yet. Hershey stuck a leg in. Leonard's trying to come out the back door, and he does for the 2. And we've got blood.
So Tangy gets the takedown over here. Tangy at 28-12 leading. Waverly Shellrock has the arms locked up. Deerfield on his back with 23 seconds left here in the period. Tangy has Deerfield in trouble right now with 16 seconds left in the period. Mike Denner down taking a long look, but Deerfield able to belly out of it with 10 seconds left in the period. The 3 points awarded to Tangy, and it'll be a 5-0 lead for Keegan Tangy here at 126 as we go to the second period. Quickly, the results to this point at 106, one match in the first round. Noah 5 received a first-round bye for New Hampton. He will take on Derek Wyatt of Waverly Shellrock, who defeated Austin Parmley of Owine 7-1. On the bottom side of the bracket will be Philip Eady of Decorah and Michael Millage of Cresco. At 113, Connor Cleveland of New Hampton received a bye. He will take on Ryan Steffen of Crestwood, who won by a fall over Miles Ramsey of Walk-On in a minute 27. Joe Kanoki and Austin Yant of Decorah and Waverly Shellrock, respectively, received byes. 120 semis are set. Brandon Mayer of Crestwood will take on Carter Hupka of Decorah. Keaton Gertz of New Hampton will take on Brennan Ryan of Owine. And at 32 thus far, it'll be, or at 26, Devin Stortz of Decorah will take on Jake Hewins of Owine. And Connor Slipka of Cresco will take on the winner of this one, Keegan Tangy, now with a 6-0 lead on Logan Deerfield of Waverly Shellrock. First semi is set at 132 as well. Nate Stans, the top seed for Waverly Shellrock, will take on Mitchell Snitker of Walk-On. That's the action that we have had to this point.
We're still in the first period, 18 seconds left here, and Chase Leinhardt now leads Chase Hershey from Owine 5-0 with he got a 3-point tilt after the takedown, and trying to work another one. Well, now he's got it riding with an ankle and time's out. Choice goes to Hershey. He defers. Chase Leinhardt decides to go down.
And over here on my mat, it'll be Keegan Tengy still leading by a 6-0 margin on Logan Deerfield of Waverly Shellrock. Double stall called over here. And then like a weekend 2 days ago, it was a warranted double stall, just for the record.
Yeah.
Not a lot of activity going on.
We had another one over here earlier, previous match. And we've got an escape by Leinhardt. He stood up, turned, and he's away. Try for an ankle pick by Hershey.
20 seconds left in the period. Keegan Tengy now leading Deerfield still by a 6-0 margin.
Leinhardt in on a head inside single, dumps Hershey to the mat for 2, so 7-8 to nothing lead.
And Tengy gets a late takedown here in the second period with an 8-0 advantage now on Logan Deerfield, so he's up to the 8-point margin right now, so he will enter bonus point territory potentially there for the Chickasaw. So as we talked about with this team race today, every little point's going to be so crucial.
Yeah, major decisions, 1 extra point. Tech fall, 1.5. Fall, 2 points. And that's on either side of the bracket.
Yep.
Front side of the bracket, you get 2 points for every time you advance down the bracket. Back side of the bracket, you get 1 point.
Third period we go. It's a 9-0 lead now for Keegan Tengy of New Hampton. And New Hampton very solid in the lower weights, but they are going to go into a different district than Decorah, Cresco, and Walk-On.
Yeah, they go west.
Decorah next Saturday will be at the sectional in North Fayette Valley. We'll have complete coverage for you beginning at noon next Saturday. You're on the internet at KDECradio.com. 1:30 left here in the period. Third period, Keegan Tengy with a 9-0 lead on Logan Deerfield.
We got a 2-point reversal there for Chase Hershey from Olwine. Makes the score 8-2, so took away the major decision right now from Chase Leinhardt with 20 seconds left the second period.
Waverly has won this tournament 10 years in a row. Unprecedented for this conference in the 68-year history, but we'll see what this year brings. A lot of wrestling to do here this afternoon.
For the last 10 years, they've just had so many good kids that it's just been predictable, but it's not this year. They've been beaten twice in dual meets, beaten by Olwine and beaten by Decorah. And while they have some very, very good kids, they also have some holes in the lineup. So we'll see how it goes. And when the points are all totaled at the end of the day.
30 seconds left here in the period. Keegan Tengy with a 9-0 lead on Logan Deerfield of Waverly Shellrock here on the mat to our right. That's at 126, final match at that weight class. The winner of this one will take on Connor Slivka, who won by a fall over Colin Koda of Walk-On earlier on in a minute 26.
And we've got Leinhardt in on a head inside single, comes to the round behind, but Hershey has put on a pretty good whizzer here. Leinhardt grabs an ankle, still no points. Now he comes up toward the head, and Hershey's taken to his back, and we're getting a takedown and back points for Chase Leinhardt from Cresco.
And Keegan Tengy has just completed a 10-0 win over Logan Deerfield of Waverly Shellrock. So Tengy will move on to the semifinals to take on Connor Slivka of Crestwood.
And we've got Chase Leinhardt from Crestwood with Hershey pretty tight on his back. Now looks like Hershey's holding the inside shoulder up. Now he moves back to his base.
Over here on the mat to our right, Matthew Fullhart of Decorah, 8-12, a sophomore, and Austin Stout from Charles City, 30-6, a junior. Stout is the number 2 seed, Fullhart the number 7 seed. in this tournament. Stout has Fullhard up in the air, gets a takedown. Had Fullhard on his back briefly, but Matthew able to get out of that before any count was achieved.
And here we got Leonard in with a deep half. Comes under the far arm and locks his hands together.
1:20 left here in the period. A Stout leading by a 2-0 margin.
I don't know if he can pin him here or not because Hershey's still holding his and time runs out and he gets 3 more back points. So it makes it.
Is that going to be 17?
That'll be a 17. It'll be 17 to 2.
So a tech ball there for Lenhart. Chase Hersey to the backside of the tournament. As Matthew Fullhart was led out there by Stout. Stout takes him down once again. It's 4-1 now. He has Fullhart on his back. Arms tied up and the fall achieved. Austin Stout gets the fall on Matthew Fullhart in 1:16. And Stout will move on to the semifinals to take on Chase Lenhart of Crestwood.
And we're at 138 over here, and we've got Isaiah Mitchell against Dalton Woodyard from Waverly Shell Rock. Dalton Woodyard, the 4th seed, 16-22. Isaiah Mitchell with a 5-17 record. So 4th and 5th seeds going at it here on the north mat.
Of course, Isaiah's been out with that chest injury that he's been dealing with, but he's back in the lineup now, and another Decorah kid here at 145 for the Vikings. Wrestling right now is Cole Christopher against Adam Benzing, a 4 and a 5 matchup, and Christopher pinned Benzing a couple weeks ago in the duel.
I'm sure that hurt Benzing's seed, and probably why Benzing is seated where he is.
1:40 left here in the period.
We had Dalton.
If I remember correctly, Benzing was a state qualifier 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're probably right there. Benzing was also the outstanding wrestler of the Decorah tournament. Pinned his way through and won the most falls in the least amount of time.
The Kinseth Award, as we like to call it.
Yes.
And appropriately so in a Decorah-based tournament.
And of course the most falls tournament, named for our most falls in the tournament.
Scramble situation on the side of the mat, neither man finding an opening to score as both men head back towards the center. No whistle blown there by Eric Eckerman. 1 minute left here in the first period. No score between Christopher and Benzing on the mat to our right.
You got Woodyard in on a shot. He kept the tricep. Coming around, he's got Isaiah off his base, and he's got the 2 points for Dalton Woodyard, freshman from Waverly Shell Rock. He's come across over the head of a barbed wire here, and now he comes up over the head and Isaiah on his back, and they're rolling around a little bit here, and he gets a 3-point near fall to take a 5-0 lead going into the second period over Isaiah Mitchell.
19 seconds left here in the first period. Benzing with the head stuff throws Christopher by and gets a takedown. And 10 seconds left during the period. Benzing takes a 2-0 lead on Cole Christopher during the quarterfinals at 145. Winner of this one will face the top seed Tyler Thomas of Crestwood.
We got Woodyard starting on top. Second period. Rides an ankle. Now he sticks both legs in. Got Isaiah pretty well broken down. And coming up and working the head. Still keeping the leg in.
Benzing will start in the down position here at period number 2. He steps over, Grant reaches for the ankle of Christopher, gets Christopher's leg up in the air, goes for the trip, achieves the reversal, and it's a 4-0 lead for Adam Benzing here at 145 with 1:40 left in the second period.
We've got Dalton Woodyard riding on top, trying to get an arm up on the back. They go out of bounds. Isaiah doing a pretty good job of trying to get the arm free.
Benzing has control of the one wrist. Now has control of both wrists as he puts a leg in as well.
Isaiah tried to switch, but Woodyard come across the legs and Isaiah's still working for it, but it never works once the guy's across the legs. Now Woodyard comes up toward the head, reaching across the face to the far shoulder, and he's getting back points. Still in the legs, but coming across the face, grabbing the far shoulder, and driving Isaiah's back toward the mat. Now he adjusts up a little bit tighter over the head.
Benzing has a leg in now, going with the cross face of Christopher, but he lost the grip of it, and Christopher steps over, gets a reversal, and Cole now down only 4-2 with 30 seconds left in the second period.
And Woodyard trying to, Isaiah got out of that, bellied out of that nicely, and now he's behind 8-2, but Woodyard trying to get an arm up on the back, and he's got the arm on the back now, scooping the leg. Now he's going to come looking for a Hassman, coming over the top of the head. Doesn't get it, but he stretches Isaiah's arm out.
Benzing able to get to his feet, turns and escapes, and
got a 2 count.
Gets a 5-2 lead with 6.5 seconds left.
Now he's got a 5 count. And another 3-point near fall as time runs out in the end of the second period. And we got an 11-0 lead for Dalton Woodyard, the 4th seed, over Isaiah Mitchell, Decorah.
And the period comes to a close with Benzing leading by a 5-2 margin. As Cole Christopher limping a little bit on his knee, but he will go to the down position.
We've got Isaiah Mitchell on top now, trying for a cradle, but he's too high and didn't really get it locked up. Woodyard rolls out of it, and 12-0 now. Dalton Woodyard over Isaiah Mitchell. Mitchell in on a leg, drives Woodyard out of bounds.
Benzing working off to the side with 1:30 left here in the third period.
Shot a little too far away from Woodyard, but he's driving into Isaiah. Isaiah's cross face, and to hold him off. No point scored yet. Third period, minute 6 left.
Benzing has the leg in, now going for a cross face on one side, now has a half in on Christopher with 1 minute left here in the third period. Cole able to get to the tripod position, but now Benzing looking for the cradle, doesn't have that. Gets back to the top position, and Cole able to totally get to his feet. Now looking for the far side cradle as Benzing gets in the air against Christopher, and that one is going to be a stall warning on Benzing. Sometimes that's called potentially dangerous, but
that should have been potentially dangerous. He had his feet off the ground.
Yeah, and Eckerman gave him a stall there.
He didn't know the difference. But anyway, that should have been potentially
the Dave
dangerous.
Omdahl honesty, that's why we love him.
That's right. Now we got another takedown here by Woodyard, getting back points. 2 more, and that's the end of the match, 17-0. Dalton Woodyard over Isaiah Mitchell. And he'll face Max Forsyth from Charles City.
And here is a reversal here for Christopher, making it 5-4 with 20 seconds left in the period. Christopher riding up top. With 12 seconds left, he's going to let Benzing go with 10 seconds with 6 to make it 6-4. Cole needs another takedown. He's reaching for the takedown. Benzing stops the momentum right now. 2 seconds left in the period. Christopher goes for the throw, doesn't get it, and it's going to be 6-4 Benzing, and that'll be the final here in the quarterfinals at 145. Adam Benzing avenging a loss to Christopher earlier this season.
But Benzing's a tough kid, and the fact that Christopher can go a full 6 minutes, and be in the match at the very end is got to be a little encouraging. He's a first-year wrestler.
Yep.
We've got over here on the north mat Ryan Gorman from New Hampton against Nathan Benzing from Waukon. So it isn't an echo over here.
Yep.
Another Benzing. Sophomore. 9-4 record against the number 3 seed Ryan Gorman, 28-11.
And over here at 145, it's Zach Wagenhofer of Waverly Shellrock, 31-14. Drew Bading of New Hampton, 18-22. We're just underway for the quarters at 145, and Wagenhofer gets a takedown to make it 2-0.
And we've got still 0-0 here between Ryan Gorman and Nathan Benzing.
And Wagenhofer called for a potentially dangerous hold, in fact an illegal hold, to make it 2-1 as Bading will restart in the down position.
Hooked up a figure 4.
We're in the quarterfinals here at 145, and now Wagenhofer will just let Bading up prior to the whistle. And it's 2-2 as we restart.
We've got a stalling call here against Nathan Benzing as Ryan Gorman makes a shot. And that figure 4 was used so much for stalling. Guy'd get on top, put a figure 4 around the waist, then just do nothing, that they made it a technical violation. The problem with making it a technical violation was if you cracked a kid's rib or something with it, then the kid who did the cracking would win. But if it's an illegal hold, well, then you can't win on that. So they changed it to an illegal hold after a year or so.
A takedown for Wagenhofer, an escape for Bading, and it's now 4-3.
And we've got Gorman with a takedown. He went right up to a cradle on the takedown and pinned Nathan Benzing with 13 seconds left. And he'll face Trey Pesanowski of Crestwood in the next round, second seed.
And it's 4-3 lead here for Wagenhofer at 145. Winner of this one will face the winner of the match you're going to have on your mat there, David. Elliott Phillips of Owine and Jake Nickel of Charles City.
Yep. Mitchell, the second seed, 26-9 record, and Elliott Phillips, a 12-25 record. Top seed in this bracket's Tyler Thomas from Cresco, and he's 33-2.
Wagenhofer with another takedown here at the end of the first period, and Wagenhofer will have a 6-3 lead as we go to period number 2.
Mitchell in on a shot here, but Phillips doing a pretty good job of blocking off with an underhook. There, Mitchell popped his head out and got the 2.
And Wagenhofer gets a reversal at the start of the second period, and he leads Bading by an 8-3 margin.
And so we've got Jake Mitchell, senior, Charles City, with the roll with a ball and chain. Had a ball and chain tilt, but Phillips rolled through. Still 2-0 in the first period. Now Mitchell tries a cradle. Phillips tries to hunt for his head. Mitchell hanging his head a little bit, but that doesn't work. Mitchell gets it up, takes it away. Now he's coming across with a barbed wire here, or Rib City, I guess. We call it her Decorah. And he's got Phillips on his back. Phillips is skating across the mat there, pushing with both feet. Boy, Denner down there looking close.
Wagenhofer lets Bading go and then gets another takedown to make it 10-4.
And with 13 seconds left in the first period, Jake Mitchell from Charles City has pinned Elliott Phillips from Owine.
He will face the winner of this match, which right now Wagenhofer with a 10-4 lead on Drew Bading.
And that's, with Wagenhofer League, that's kind of the way the seeds are going. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're at 152 out here now, and we've got a match between Adam Werzer, New Hampton, and looks like Cole Sanford from Owine. And Sanford, Owine, 34-11, seeded number 3. But it looks like he just come in, got a slick takedown on Werzer got the takedown over Stanford.
Wagenhofer still with the 10-4 lead here at 145. The Waverly Shellrock wrestler looking for his 32nd win, and they will go to the third period, and the score will be 10-4.
And Stanford from Owine, neat switch. Don't see that work quite as good, but he scooted on that inside cheek and got the reversal very nicely. And now he put Werzer in a cradle and getting, I think, a 5 count here. Shoulders up. He won't pin him in this cradle. He's got the shoulder up on Stanford's chest, so hard to pin off it, but he can eat up a lot of time.
Wagenhofer leading 14-6 over here at 145.
Werzer comes to his feet. Stanford's he comes up over the head. Werzer drives in on a leg. And Werzer boy from New Hampton's getting after it. He might have a 10-24 record, but scores 5-3. Stanford from Owine.
And that's the thing, if a team like New Hampton can sneak one out against a favored kid like Owine here, any little bit of points you get.
Those points make a lot of difference. That's right.
50 seconds left here in the third period on this match as Baiting gets an escape. It is now 14-7 Wagenhofer as we head back to the center with 46 seconds left in the third period. Winner of this one gets Jake Nickel.
Werzer's in on a shot and time runs out. We still have Cole Stanford leading 5-3. Werzer decides he wants to go neutral.
20 seconds left here in the period. Wagenhofer just gets a takedown, and now he's up to major decision level for Waverly Shellrock, and Wagenhofer will get the major decision 16-7 here as we close out the third period. Wagenhofer for Waverly Shellrock moving on to the semifinals to take on Jake Nickel of Charles City.
And here we've got Cole Stanford with another takedown here in the second period. Werzer chose neutral, but Stanford got the takedown. And that really hurts because when you take neutral, it's because you'd kind of like to expect to get the takedown. And didn't happen here. And so Stanford's up 7-3.
And now over here on mat number 1, quarterfinals at 152, Blake Courtney of Decorah, freshman at 8-16, Brandon Childs of Charles City, a junior with a record of 20-8. We are up to 52 and 54 minutes of wrestling, not too shabby.
No, it's moving right along because we had a couple weights there, one weight at least, with only one match. Yeah. It makes a big difference. We've got Stanford riding on top, got the leg in now over on Adam Werzer. 7-3 lead.
There's a nice double leg by Childs, gets Courtney up in the air and lets him down to make it 2-1. He lets him up to
Stanford
make it 2-1.
Stanford is on top of Werzer here. Not chest to chest. He's extended way too far. Needs to hook his legs in, and he gets a fall though. So Cole Stanford.
Another one of those really good Owine kids.
Yes, pretty tough kid. And,
it's good to, frankly, good to see Owine to a competitive level in the Northeast Iowa Conference. Yes. It's 4-2. Now Childs leading Courtney. Childs directly in on a double leg. Courtney able to stuff the head and ride him out of bounds with 1:03 left here in the first period. Childs leading by a 4-2 margin.
And we're still at 52, looks like. We got here Charles City and Cresco.
Childs leading by a 6-2 margin.
Yeah, we're up to 160.
Charles City and Crestwood, or so it appears over there.
Yep. And Andrew Korish from Charles City with a quick takedown over Chris Guest from Crestwood. Now this is a 4th seed. Guest with an 11-26 record, and Korish about even with 13-12. Guest a freshman, Korish a senior. And Guest escaped, but Korish from Charles City come right back in for a takedown, so he leads 4-1.
It's a 6-2 lead here for Childs on Blake Courtney as we have 10 seconds left in the period. Courtney will restart in the down position as we restart with 10 seconds left in the period, and Courtney with an early start, so a caution on. Actually, Child's going to get the early start.
Here we got Korish on top of Guest, gets near fall points there, leading 6-1. Put a leg in and then just reached over the far shoulder and turned him to the mat. Guest tries to roll through.
Courtney with an escape. Childs with the late period takedown. Childs with an 8-3 lead at the end of the first period.
Korish followed that roll through nicely and then applied a near side cradle and then stuck him. So Andrew Korish with the 29 seconds left first period has pinned Chris Guest of Crestwood.
And he gets the privilege of facing Bryce Steyert, probably might be the best kid here today.
Oh, undoubtedly. A Division I recruit.
Going to UNI next year?
Yep. And excellent wrestler. He's got a brother at Wartburg, and father just retired from the Iowa High School from the Coaches Association as being the executive director. Used to coach. I can remember when he coached at West Marshall.
Wow!
So it's again a real wrestling family. We've got 100 up at 170 pounds.
And this is Decorah and Charles City here at 170.
Yep.
And we just got a fall over here. Brandon Childs defeats Blake Courtney by fall in 340 at 152 pounds.
And we've got a takedown by Tanner Peterson, the 5th seed, 6-7 record against Luke Dixon, the 4th seed, 16-13 record. But Peterson right now from Charles City is leading 2-0.
Here at 160 pounds, we're still at 152, I'm sorry. This will be Lucas Larson, no record, a freshman for walk-on, and Neil Clement for Crestwood, a junior at 29-8.
And we've got Peterson riding out the side looking for a cradle. Luke did a nice job of hand control. No cradle lock. Peterson wasn't able to lock that cradle up at all. Peterson pretty well got Luke stretched out, looking for a cross face. Doesn't get it. He's got wrist ride. Now he comes out looking for a half. Luke rolls him through. Nice wing and a roll, but Peterson followed him and came right up on top. Hey, one thing I'll give you, when you're wrestling Luke Dixon, you better be a little careful rolling around out there, because if he gets on top of you, he's going to be well pin you.
Clement with the 2-0 lead on Larson over here. And Larson able to get to his feet. Clement able to double leg him back down to the mat. 1:09 left here in the first period. Clement leading by a 2-0 margin.
And we've got Peterson get his head a little high. Luke went back and hunted it. Looked like Peterson maybe had locked hands. The referee down looking pretty close. Referee Greg Becker. And now we've got a cradle. He's got getting back points on Luke. Not a very good cradle. And time runs out, but he'll get 2, so it'll be 4-0. Tanner Peterson, Charles City over Luke Dixon Decorah.
Clement with 3 back points on Lucas Larson. So Neil Clement, the 2nd seed from Crestwood, with a 5-0 lead with 29 seconds left in the period. The winner of that one will face Cole Stanford from Owine in the semifinals at 152.
Charles City deferred, and Luke decided to go neutral. Peterson coming in double underhooks. Now nice dropped in on the leg. Oh, Luke dropped in on the legs and took Peterson to the mat. Peterson got a little sloppy there. Luke just dropped in. Nice takedown. Right at the edge of the mat there, and we go out of bounds. Makes the score 4-2.
And Neil Clement will lead 5-0 on Lucas Larson at the end of the first period over here on the mat to our right at 1:52 after one period of wrestling. This will be the final quarterfinal at 1:52.
And Tanner Peterson stands up and leads 5-5-2, but Luke goes right down on the leg, picks that up, so it'll be 5-4. And
you never count Luke Dixon out of a match.
No, you don't. Peterson stood up, makes it 6-4. I think Luke figured out he's got a real good outside shot to the right. Head inside single to the right. He snags it behind the knee, head in the crotch. Pretty effective takedown for Luke if he can get it. He's got to circle a little more and get the guy stepping towards him. Get that hand free on the right side. They can go out of bounds right on the edge. Now they're out of bounds. Well, they were, but he didn't blow his whistle. But now they're out.
A 7-0 lead over here at 1:52, and Clement has Lucas Larson of walk-on in his back. 1:05 left here in the second period.
Takedown I was talking about. To the right side. Head inside single. And he's got 2 points to make it 6-6. Now there, he's got the leg. Peterson's kind of trying to come on top, but we still have control. One time toward the edge of the mat. We're still hanging on to the leg. And
43 seconds left here in the period. Eric Eckerman down taking a long look at Lucas Larson right now.
And we just get a stalling call because we're hanging on the leg, but if we let go of the leg, the guy got a reversal. I mean, that's exactly what a stalemate is supposed to be for. If you're hanging on to something and to let go of it, you give up your position. Well, that should be a stalemate. But we got a stalling call.
Neil Clement of Crestwood completes the fall in 2:24 over to Lucas Larson of walk-on. So Clement will wrestle Cole Stanford of Owine in the semifinals at 1:52.
Now we're in on a shot. We're hanging on to the leg. It's still 6-6. And now we've got Peterson going down.
And over here at 160 pounds, we got Cole Denner of New Hampton and David Miller of walk-on. Denner at 35-6, a junior. Miller no record for walk-on. Denner off to a quick takedown and a 2-0 lead.
And Peterson gets to his feet, and Luke lets him go. Peterson kind of front headlock. Luke is now he's coming around for a leg. Luke whizzers, and we go out of bounds, and both up. Now Luke kind of dived out of bounds. I wouldn't have surprised me if the official would give him a point fleeing the mat, but he didn't. So okay, we're even.
5-0 Cole Denner with a 5-point move from the get-go over here against David Miller. He's got a wing and a wrist trying to lock it up and run it.
Luke is in on the leg, but he's only got the leg with one arm, and Peterson's trying to come around, and he does. Luke tries to roll through. Peterson stops him on his back. I think he just got a 1 count there, but Peterson does have the 2 to make it 9-6. Oh, I think he's got points on his fingers. He must have got a 2 count.
And Cole Denner able to get some more back points. He's got Miller pretty much buried over here, but he doesn't keep the grip, and 3 points awarded to Denner. Miller able to get out of it, and Miller trying to step over and get a reversal, and he's able to do so. So Denner needs it 8-2 with 18 seconds left here in the first
Peterson
period.
did get the 2. Now he tries to bring Luke back. Makes it 11-6 right now, but he got kind of high here. Luke's coming across. Here again, Luke, you got to give him credit. He smells blood when the blood in the water, and he had Peterson towards his back. Peterson's coming up on top though for a reversal. It's like 13-8.
First period done over here. It's 8-2 Cole Denner of New Hampton leading David Miller of walk-on. Neutral restart or neutral start to period number 2.
We've got 7 seconds left. Looks like it's going to maybe end up 13-8 Tanner Peterson over Luke Dixon.
Never a lack of scoring in a Luke Dixon match.
There is it. No.
So Peterson will face Austin Duffy, the top seed from Owine.
32-12 record.
You are up on mat On deck, mat 2, Andy.
10-2 over here on the mat to our right. Cole Denner still leading David Miller. The winner of this one will get Alec Belstrel, who had a first-round bye. The number 2 seed behind Bryce Steyert of Waverly Shellrock.
And we've got, looks like Joe Frieden, still 170. Joe Frieden, the 3rd seed from Waukon, 24-12 against Javier Pinero. New Hampton, 5-16 record, sophomore. Frieden, a junior, 24-12. One of Waukon's better kids. Here he drives into Pinero, puts him on the mat. Pinero bellies out 2-0 Joe Frieden, Waukon. And Pinero gets to his feet, turns, and they're out for one, makes it 2-1.
30 seconds left here in the period. In period number 2, Denner of New Hampton still leading Miller of Waukon by a 10-3 margin. Northeast Iowa Conference Wrestling Tournament. Glad you're with us at KDECradio.com. Darren Swenson, Dave Omdahl providing hold-by-hold coverage all day long here at the Conference Wrestling Tournament.
There was Joe Frieden with a nice go behind, and then a trip forward, take Pinero back to the mat. Now he's got the arm tied up, behind the back, driving him over with his chest. Frieden is counting back points against Pinero. Looks like he's got the fall right there. Had the arm tied up behind him really, really tight. So Joe Frieden from Waukon moves on to wrestle Trevor Byram from Waverly Shellrock next round.
And Denner now with his man on his back over here on mat number 1, and Denner gets the fall for New Hampton. And that happens in 4:26 over Miller of Waukon. So Cole Denner moves on to the semifinals. He will take on Alec Belstrel of Decorah.
And we're going at 82. We've got Andy Lillegraven as the 3rd seed, coming in 18 wins, 17 losses against Mark Farlinger from Cresco, 2 wins, 22 losses. There we go. And Andy just drove him down to the mat, and they come up around behind on top. Now he's looking to get the arm up behind the back. As soon as Farlinger raises his hips up, Andy comes back, drives them down. Now he's got the arm up on the back. Farlinger has his hips up, but now he lets the arm go, comes around behind the back and tries something different here. Now we try a spiral ride. They got the riding with the inside wrist now.
Over here on the mat to our right, it's Robbie McKernan of Owine and Alex Kohler of Charles City. These are the 2 quarterfinal matchups that we will have at 182 today.
And Farlinger is just trying to react to everything Andy does. He's got an arm up on the back now. He's had the arm up on the back most of the match. Hasn't had much success doing too much with it.
0-0, 30 seconds into period number 2.
And now riding Andy with the inside wrist on the near side. Now he got the arm up on the back again.
Kohler now has McKernan on his back. Looking for the 5-point move with 1:10 left here in the second period. And McKernan able to belly out of it. He's awarded the 3 back points. So McKernan Kohler, I should say, of Charles City with 5-0 lead on McKernan here at 182 in the first period.
Now Farlinger gets to his feet. Andy trying to get a hold of something. Hadn't been able to turn him. Match is still 2-1. Farlinger got a stalling call against him. I'm not sure. Andy was just doing everything he could to turn him over. Now Andy's got a cradle on. Got back points. Got a takedown. I think and 2 back. Makes it 6-1.
Winner of that one will get Jacob Ingelston of Waverly Shellrock, 2 seed. We have blood time over here on mat number 1 with McKernan and Kohler. Kohler leading 5-0 with 49 seconds left in the first period.
And Eggleston, second seed with an 18-17 record. So,
and Littlegraven, the 3 seed with an 18-17
yeah,
record.
Exactly. And here we've got Farlinger on top. Right, Andy, fairly tough. I'm not sure. I didn't see who chose top, who chose bottom. But if I'd have been Andy, I'd have never went down underneath this kid. Not the way he was pounding on him on top with a 6-1 lead. Yep. Goodness, no reason to go down underneath a kid. But of course, if you're Farlinger, been down there the whole 2 minutes.
Yeah,
I'd want to go up on top too.
An escape here for McKernan. Kohler leads at 5-1 here at 182.
And he gets to his feet, breaks the hands, turns into him, makes it 7-1. Tied up ear to ear here. Place where Andy doesn't need to be. He needs to get out forehead to forehead, which he has now. And got to move his feet a little more. Standing head to head, but his feet haven't moved for about 3 seconds, and you just can't.
McKernan rolls through and has Kohler on his back now. 5 seconds left here in the period. Kohler able to get the shoulders off the mat, and he will be saved by the buzzer, but 3 back points on the roll through by Robbie McKernan, and McKernan now takes a 6-5 lead on Kohler going to the second period.
That's this is a big match for Charles City. I'm sure they're figuring that they've got some good enough kids to be up there at the top, and be good for Olwine though. 2-point takedown for Andy. Just stuffed Farlinger down on the mat, and then went around behind him. Lets Farlinger to his feet. And still it's 11-2 now. Andy over Mark Farlinger. Farlinger's in on a leg. Andy just gave it to him. I think Andy, he's got to be a little careful here. Even a kid like Farlinger, he's pulling the leg through now, but Andy's working to get to his base. Now he's in a little better shape. He's got his hips in, and end of the period. We're going to the third.
And it's a kind of crazy match over here as Robbie McKernan now has an 8-6 lead on Alex Kohler, and Kohler a little slow in getting up as they went out of bounds on the side of the mat with 1:15 left in the second period.
And now we have Farlinger going down, so that means Andy was the guy who chose down the second period. Don't understand that, but anyway, Andy's on top now. He's got to tie something up a little tighter. Get this arm up on the back. He's had the arm up on the back so many times. We used to have a move a number of years ago where you just take that arm on the back and just throw it up to the guy's head, but you got to make sure that your leg is out of the way so the guy can turn, and it's probably illegal as can be, but the guy goes over so fast that by the time the referee thinks about it, he's on his back and he's down there counting points.
Blood time over here on mat number 1. It is an 8-6 lead for Robbie McKernan. Kohler getting treated for the blood time with 1:15 left in the second period. McKernan of Olwine and Kohler of Charles City.
Anyway, 11-2 here. Andy's on top. Farlinger's gotten back to his base. Andy chops an arm. Farlinger stays on his base. No, we just need to break him down and get something tight. But we haven't been able to do it. Farlinger's done a pretty good job of recovering to his base. And
Kohler with some more blood time here, and Kohler's actually, it's been a combination of injury time and blood time over here on mat number 1 as McKernan leads it by a 10-6 margin.
And I'll give Farlinger here a lot of credit for fighting. It's 11-2, and the only 2 he got was when Andy got way out of position. But Andy just hasn't been able to get anything tight on him. I bet he's moved that arm up behind the back 15 times. He's back again. The arm's on the back. But Farlinger.
At what point do you have to try something different there?
Well, I don't know that he has to try something different, but he has to do it better. That's once an arm is up on the back like that, you gotta make something out of it. Now he breaks Farlinger down, and got to be on his toes a little more. He's riding on his knees too much. Got to be on his toes, put more pressure. There's too much time on his knees here.
33 seconds left here in the period over here on mat number 1. It's a 10-8 lead for McKernan as Lilligraven gets the job done.
11-2.
Major decision there.
11-2 win for Andy Lilligraven over Mark Farlinger.
McKernan leading 10-8, 10 seconds or 20 seconds left here in the period. Now Kohler trying to step through, and he now has McKernan on his had him on his back, and more blood for Kohler here on mat number 1. So a lot of stuff going on over here as. We have some blood time prior to the match over here.
Yeah, and you know, that's probably, what are we doing here?
We're at 195.
Yeah, and we got Trevor Trendy and Daniel Ott.
And you know what? Ott didn't have his shoes tied beforehand. And Coach Friedhoff's putting
yeah, that's a team point in injury time.
Tape around the ankles of Ott, and it's a so
it's a match point.
So Trendy will start with a 1-0 lead over here.
That's right.
You don't see that too often.
No, you don't. You know, there's some controversy here a little bit. I'm not going to pick on Coach Friedhoff or Daniel Ott too much, because the rule book says the laces must be securely fastened. The word tape is not in the rule book anymore. Originally it was, when the people got to untying their own shoes for a rest break, and the rules committee said, well, we'll make them tape them. Well, then then some of the shoe companies came with Velcro and alternate sources and covers built right into the shoes, and so they took the tape off, and it just says in the rule book that the laces must be securely fastened. And if you want to double knot them, that's good too. And there, Trendy gets the takedown, snaps Daniel out to the mat.
But how much of that is just on the kid?
Well,
he's got to have everything set, doesn't he?
Well, he does. But some referees are, as far as I'm concerned, you know, I hate to say jerks, but they look at those shoelaces, you know, and the kid may think he's got them double knotted and the like. And if the referee doesn't like it, why it's a team, or it's an individual match point and injury time till he gets them fastened to the referee's satisfaction.
McKernan leading 11-8 over here on a wild match as Kaler now has McKernan on his back. 1:33 left here in the period. He's got the arms tied up. Alex Kaler of Charles City and Robbie McKernan of Owine. McKernan was leading 11-8, but here's Kaler getting 3 back points, and we are tied at 11 with 1:15 left here in the third period.
And Trendy went up over the head with a half, and he's got the arm doing a pretty good job of bellying out, but Trendy gets the fall. Trevor Trendy, 2021 record, pins Daniel Ott, 1913 record. And Trendy will face Zach Lamphere, 42-1 from Owine the next round. So, and over here it's gotten beyond crazy as McKernan leads it now 16-13 with 55 seconds left here in the third period. A couple of scramble situations that led to back points being given both ways there. So we're at 2:20 over there, David. Yeah, and we've got Noah Hopp, 26-14, the number 3 seed against Jared Knutson, 9-23. Cresco, and Hopp has Knutson on his back. Knutson came in on a shot. Hopp whipped him over to his back. Hopp's out, nice position up over the head now. Hard to pin a guy with, it's only 30 seconds left gone in the match. Guy's got a lot of energy, and but Hopp is in a good position here to get the job done. 1:22 left, first period.
Kaler had some injury time, so McKernan was able to choose his position after the injury time, and McKernan chooses in the down position with 50 seconds left here in the third period.
We've got Knutson from Crestwood really straining to keep those shoulders off the mat. Now Hop has kind of moved up over the top to what we call Saturday Night Ride, and he gets both shoulders down, and so Noah Hop wins by fall over Jared Knutson from Cresco. A minute into the match.
And McKernan now leads by an 18-3 margin.
18-13.
18-13, I'm sorry. 20 seconds left in the period. Kohler gets a escape to make it 18-14 now. In a wild match here on mat number 1. Shooting for the shot is Alex Kaler. Kaler trying to circle around, and both wrestlers go out of bounds with 4 seconds left in the period. And it looks like Robbie McKeeman for Owine will move on and face Alex Lukes, and McKeenan will win it by a 19-14 margin in a wild match over there on mat number 1.
And we're up here at 285, where we've got Lincoln Weber from New Hampton, 20-20 record, 40 matches on the year, against Henry Horan from Owine, 27-20, 47 matches. He's done a lot of wrestling. Like to see that. But they're the 4th and 5th seeds. Carter Zidlicki, 17-9. Decorah, the number 1 seed. He's moved up from 220 to heavyweight for this tournament. I think coaches feel that, well, he got top seed. That's basically because Alan Iverson, the number 2 seed from Crestwood, at 15-8 record, has beaten everybody else in the conference, and Zidlicki's beaten him. So there you go, number 1. And Carter Zidlicki will have the winner of this match between Lincoln Weber and Henry Horan from Owine.
We'll have the quarterfinals at 195. Over here on the mat to our right, Jameer Moore of Waverly Shellrock, a junior with a 10-2 record. Aaron Day of New Hampton, a 6-12 record, a freshman. Nice double leg by Moore, trying to get Day up in the air, but Day able to get the hips back, and they go out of bounds with 1:53 left in the first period, no score.
And both Weber and Horan here, pretty good sized boys, kind of teddy bears. And then we have Henry Horan getting behind Lincoln Weber from New Hampton and taking him to the mat on the far edge.
Here's a takedown here for Jameer Moore. Now has Aaron Day on his back. 1:28 left here in the period. Winner of this one will face Nick Jacobs of Charles City in the semifinals, and Jameer Moore gets a fall in 37 seconds, so Jameer Moore will move on to the semifinals.
And again, big extra points for Waverly Shellrock there.
And let's move on to 220 on this match. Caleb Rinkin of Waverly Shellrock and Tyler Flock of Decorah. Flock, a junior at 9-8. Rinkin, a senior at 10-16.
Here start the second period. We've got Henry Horan from Owine ahead 2-0, and Lincoln Weber New Hampton decides to go down.
Looking for the big throw is Caleb Rinkin now. He got to the underhooks of Tyler. Tyler able to get to his feet, but a potentially dangerous is called as he was blocking the airway of Flock, and we restart with 1:40 left here in the first period, no score.
And we still got Henry Horan on top of Lincoln Weber, and Weber's out. Horan tried a cradle there, didn't get the hands locked up, and Weber stood up to come out, makes it 2-1.
Rinkin with a 2-0 lead, and he's looking for that big throw on Falk, and Flock is on his back right now with 1:15 left here in the period, and there's the fall. Caleb Rinkin at 10-16 getting a fall for Waverly Shellrock in 46 seconds on Tyler Flock of Decorah. So let's, we're about ready for our final first round match here, or so it appears. 285, it'll be Brody Tupy of Charles City and Gentry Miller of Waverly Shellrock. So we've got all the first round matches
on the mats.
On the mat right now in just a minute and just an hour 26. We've had our fair share of buys, we've had our fair share of falls and everything like that.
There, Henry Horan just hit a headlock on Lincoln Weber, but Weber's going to roll through here. I think he got two back. Yep, got two back, and Lincoln Weber come out on top. Nice roll through by Weber. I thought maybe he'd be planted there, but he come through nicely with that roll. So score is 6-3 right now. Henry Horan ahead of Lincoln Weber, New Hampton.
1:30 left here in the first period. A scoreless match here between Tupy and Miller. As Dave mentioned, Carter Zidlick gave Decorah getting the top seed. This is the first time, or only the second time, that Carter had wrestled heavyweight. He got bumped up to wrestle heavyweight in the Crestwood duel a week ago Thursday night. He ended up beating Allen Iverson, who beat the rest of the heavyweights.
Yep.
So Carter got the top seed.
And he handled Iverson pretty well. It wasn't really even a close match, so as far as what I saw, and
I saw the same one.
Yeah, so he's as far as I'm deserving of that top seed. And
Carter's had a nice year at 17-9.
Yeah. Now we got Henry Horan took bottom, and Lincoln Weber from New Hampton riding him pretty hard. Still 6-3 though, Horan's lead over Weber from New Hampton.
30 seconds left in the first period over here on mat number 1. Brody Tupy of Charles City, Gentry Miller of Waverly Shellrock scoreless as they wrestle with 23 seconds left here in the period.
We had Lincoln Weber trying a near side cradle, but he put his head in the side, but Horan dropped his hip, and there's no way he's going to bend him backwards. So now Weber comes out front trying for some kind of a head throw, nothing there. Horan pretty much laying flat on the mat. Now he gets his hips up, and Weber out to the side with an ankle. Now Weber comes out to the head, and we get a stall on Henry Horan on the bottom, and it's richly deserved. Nice call by Eric Eckerman. Bet you thought you'd never hear that.
Wow. You feeling well, David?
Yeah, that's
you feeling well, buddy?
That's the way it was. That's the way it is.
0-0 as we start the second period over here on mat number 1 between Brody Tupy of Charles City at 22-11 and Gentry Miller of Waverly Shellrock at 16-23.
I think this was a freestyle match here. We had Weber in a crotch lift, trying to lift Henry Horan. Now they're, I don't know what you'd call that. They're all tangled up down there, and Eric Eckerman didn't know what to call it either, so he called stalemate and sent them back to start a new restart.
By the way,
another good call.
2 in a row.
2 in a row.
I'm going to get you some ibuprofen there, my friend.
Yeah, there we go.
By the way, right now, as these two matches have not been scored yet, the team standings through round number 1, Crestwood 67.5, New Hampton 61, Charles City 60, Decorah 56. Let's see, Waverly Shellrock 54.5, Owine 44, and Walk-On with 29. And Henry Horan got the victory over there.
Yep, 7-3.
And we're about ready to head on to the semifinals.
Looks like my man's going to go right away here.
You bet. Noah Fye is up. Kid's just a stud at 106 for New Hampton. Only lost once all year.
And that was to Padilla boy from Clarion Goldfield, and he was a state tournament finalist last year. There, Fye is in on a takedown for 2 against Derek Wyatt from Waverly Shellrock.
Waverly Shellrock gets called for stalling, so it's a 1-0 lead for the Charles City kid here in the semis at the quarters at 285. Brody Tupy leading Gentry Miller. 12 seconds left in the period.
Noah Fye with the cradle here, and it's up over Wyatt's head. He's readjusting a little bit, trying to get their shoulders down. Looks like he's got them down pretty close, and he's got them. Yep. So Noah Fye from Crestwood with a fall. 1:04 left. with a nice cradle. Had it tight.
And it'll be Philip Eady and Michael Millage over on your mat. A couple more talented 6-pounders right here, David. Philip closed the gap on Millage in the duel against Crestwood a couple of weeks ago, and we'll see what he can do here.
Yep, a good match. First and third seeds.
Second and third.
Second and third.
Philip has battled Noah Phi reasonably well in the 2 matches that he faced him in. One here in the duel in New Hampton and one over at the Southwind Wrestling Invitational. It's 1-1 over on my mat right now on 285. Here's a takedown for Charles City. Charles City getting a takedown at 285 with Brody Tupy, and he leads Gentry Miller with 1:25 left here in the 3rd period.
And even though Philip Eady has, it's kind of too bad. You got 2 really, really good kids that, as far as I'm concerned, will be placers downstate tournament and in the conference, but we won't see them both in the sectionals or districts, and it'd make Philip all the better wrestler for having to meet him.
Here he will see Michael Millage. But he will not see Noah Phi in the sectional or the district.
Nope.
1 minute left here in the 3rd period. It's Tupy leading Gentry Miller of Waverly Shorrock 3-1.
Millage reaching out for a snatch single, and he got it, and he brought the leg in. He's got Philip down on his bottom. Now Philip comes back up. Millage brings him back down, locked up around the knee. Still no takedown points yet. Philip is reaching back in through the crotch, and as long as he's in deep there, he probably won't give him points. Close though, close. Down on his bottom, and there Millage got the points. And makes it 2-0. Michael Millage over Philip Eady. And Millage riding on top, a lot of pressure. Trying to get an arm. Got her riding the cross wrist ride now. And 2-on-1 wrist. Now he lets the one wrist go. One hand on the wrist, the other one in the crotch. Now he comes up with a half, wrist and a half. Now he's got double underhooks, sucks him back into a crab ride, and they go out of bounds.
Brody Tupy of Charles City will finish off Gentry Miller of Waverly Shorrock 4-1. So Tupy will move on to face Alan Iverson of Crestwood in the semifinals at 285.
Philip restarts on the bottom. Keeps his base nicely, comes to his feet, and time's up. 2-0. Michael Millage right now over Philip Eady. Philip defers. Millage going down.
On mat number 1 right now, it'll be Joe Kanoki of Decorah, the 3 seed, taking on Austin Yant of Waverly Shorrock, 2 seed. Yant at 33-12, a sophomore. Kanoki at 21-7, a junior.
Millage to his feet, got hand control. Philip drops down to a leg. Millage breaks loose, comes out to face him. Millage really quick. Philip working a 2-on-1 Russian tie. They go out of bounds.
Just underway here at 113. Kanoki and Yant in the semifinals here at 113. New Hampton so strong down low. Connor Cleveland will be wrestling Ryan Steffen of Crestwood in the other semifinal at 113. Cleveland, a state runner-up a year ago as a sophomore.
We've got Eady and Millage head-to-head.
Yant in on a shot. Kanoki able to get the hips back. They go out of bounds with 1:31 left in the 1st period. No score.
Millage working an underhook here. He's trying to stuff the head. Now he's going in double underhooks. They go out of bounds.
Yant in on a shot once again. Kanoki, a 4th place finisher a year ago at 106 for the Vikings.
And
Yant stepping through now in that peek through position. Trying to sneak out the back door and get the takedown here. He's got Kanoki's legs up in the air. Joe with his face on the mat right now, but no advantage being gained in a stalemate called by Eric Eckerman with 58 seconds left here in the period. No score, Yant and Kanoki.
And Philip Ayers called for stalling. He was using that 2-on-1 Russian tie, but mostly to just hang on, according to the referee. So he got hit by a stall. It was the stalling call. They're forehead to forehead right now, backing toward the edge of the mat. And again, Philip needs to be careful to circle in. Tries to slide by, misses it, and Millage drops in on a leg, but Phillip does a nice job of squaring up with him as they go out of bounds, so no points.
And KDEC getting to a leg right now of Austin Yant. He's got himself in that peek through position, takes Yant down to the mat, but Yant able to get the hips back with 25 seconds. Now Yant reaching for the far ankle of KDEC, has control of that ankle. KDEC still with the head on the mat right now, and no advantage being gained, and a stalemate called by Eric Eckerman with 13.4 seconds left in the period. No score between Decorah and Waverly Shorrock, KDEC and Yant here in the semis at 1:13.
And we've got a little blood time. And it looks like maybe Phillip might have a little scratch on the forehead. I think the referee actually called it his time. It looked like the signal he made, either that or strange way of telling him to cut it. His cleanup time doesn't count as blood time. So.
Can you imagine scenarios where
So we've got two Decorah boys out. Joe and Austin, Yant, nothing.
And no scores. We go to the second period. Joe won the flip. He deferred. Yant will go down for Waverly Shellrock. Yant able to get to his feet, trying to establish some hand control. Joe with the lift fails to do that. Gets down to the leg of Yant. Yant turns and faces, but KDEC able to put the shoulder into the hip. Yant still in a good position to possibly get a reversal here, but Joe holding onto his leg to stop the momentum.
We're still
working off to the side, still in a neutral, or I should say, Joe's still in the top position right now, 30 seconds into the period.
We're still neutral. Millage tried that snatch single. Phillip, nice job getting the leg back. Millage with double underhooks on now, and now he just changes, and it's time, 3-0, end of the second period, start of the third, and
Yant able to get to his feet once again, but KDEC able to pull him back down. Yant able to get to his feet, but hasn't established any hand control as they wrestle on the side of the mat. And they go out of bounds with 1:15 left here in the second period. No score between Yant and KDEC. Yant will start in the down position.
Phillip chooses down. He comes to his feet. Millage brings him back to the mat. Nice job of hand control on Phillip's part, but Millage takes him to the edge of the mat with a body lock, and they go out of bounds.
1:15 left here in the second period as a caution called on KDEC.
And Joe lost the plug in his nose, so I'm going to go over and maybe it's looks like maybe wrapping a finger up, or thumb. Wrapping a thumb, must be a thumb.
Able to get free and able to get away. He does get the escape. 1:02 left in the period, and they go out of bounds. So KDEC able to stay in that top position, but Yant able to get free, and he'll take a 1-0 lead at a neutral restart with 1 minute left in the second period.
It looks like maybe Phillip comes back with his thumb bandaged up. Must be maybe a little blood from the thumb. Unusual. See cotton on the mat. It's usually a nose plug. Phillip goes back down again.
Here's KDEC in on a shot once again. Trying to tie him up is Yant. KDEC has his head in a low position, but does have his arms around the leg of Yant. Yant reaching for the ankle of KDEC to try to stop his momentum. 25 seconds left in the period, and a stalemate called. It's actually 26.7 seconds left in the period. 1-0 Yant with the lead. Yant now in on a shot. KDEC able to get the hips back.
We have Phillip out. A nice stand up with hand control, and he comes out and faces Millage, scores 3-1. I'm sure when Phillip went down, he knew what he had to do. He got to get out and get a takedown. Got the first half of it. Now Millage is riding with the 2-on-1 Russian tie.
5 seconds left.
And he gets a stalling call. We get a stalling call on us when Millage has the 2-on-1 Russian tie. Now that's really consistency. Call it against us every time.
And we go to the third period over here in the semis at 1:13. Joe KDEC will start in the down position at his choosing. It's 1-0 Yant as we go to the third.
And the lesson for Phillip has to be that don't back out of bounds.
Yep.
Don't back out of bounds. Circle when you get to the edge. And that's what cost him the point. But for goodness sakes, I mean, they were doing the same thing first period when Phillip had the Russian tie 2-on-1 on Millage, and Phillip got the stall calling. Now But there, Phillip goes back out of bounds again. He's got to be aware. He got to be a little smarter here. Know where that red line is.
1:30 left here in the third period. Yant with the leg in on Kanoki. He has him extended. Now Joe trying to establish his base once again with 1:20 left here in the third period. A 1-0 lead for Yant.
Phillip makes a shot, but he's a little too far away. Millage drops in on a leg. He's kind of like the first period. He's got Joe down, both legs on the mat. Joe's got arms around the waist. But time's out, and it's going to end up 4-1. Millage. So he's went from getting pinned by Millage to a 3-point loss here, and actually that probably should be a 2-point loss there. That one stalling call was.
So big picture, he's closing the gap.
He's closing the gap. He's closing the gap. And he's getting tougher. He's wrestling better. Millage made some good shots, but Phillip did a great job of defending them, straightening them out. So. And we're up at 113 now.
It's still 1-0. Wyatt leading Kanoki here at 113 pounds. 19 seconds left in the period. Wyatt has been able to keep Joe down throughout this period. He's been very active up top, putting legs in, trying a lot of things. He hasn't been able to lock anything up. But Yant's escape in the second period might be the difference in this one, as Austin Yant going to be the first finalist for Waverly Shellrock. A 1-0 win over Joe Kanoki here at 113 pounds.
Joe's really closing the gap there, too. He's wrestling tougher all the time. We've got Connor Cleveland against Ryan Steffen from Crestwood. Cleveland came in with a quick takedown. Hasn't been able to lock anything up on Steffen yet, but he's pretty dominant on top. Looking for a 3-quarter Nelson a little earlier in the match for that. Now he come the other side for a cradle. He's got the cradle, got the hands locked up.
And here at 120 pounds on mat number 1, Brandon Mayer at 34-1 for the Crestwood Cadets, and Carter Hubka for the Cora. Hubka closed the gap on Mayer during the duel a week and 2 days ago. We'll see what Hubka can do, and we'll see how much energy Hubka has left, because he went to the third sudden victory to defeat Nate Lazar 3-2 in the first round today, as Mayer gets an early takedown. It goes up 2-0 with 1:40 left in the first period.
We had Connor Cleveland with a cradle on Ryan Steffen, but wasn't able to pull him back over, so referee Denner called it a stalemate and run him back to center.
1:25 left here in the second period. It is a 2-0 lead for Mayer. Mayer tilting Hubka with the ball and chain. Got actually 2 counts, so a couple of back points given to Brandon Mayer, and it's a 4-0 lead.
And Cleveland out the side trying to cow catcher on him.
And guess we got some updated brackets after round number 1 in case our handwriting gets a little messy. So, and that might be a possibility.
It could be.
Exactly. 4-0 Mayer leading here on 120 pounds on mat number 1 off to our right. Brandon Mayer trying to become the second finalist for the Crestwood Cadets. And of course, Steffen trying to do the same thing, but he's got a tough task of facing the defending state runner-up in Connor Cleveland.
Yeah. Score is only 2-0 with a minute 44 left to go in the second period, but Cleveland on top as you try to tie up cradles and trying to get an arm behind the back, but Steffen defends it nicely, but Cleveland just hasn't been able to tie anything up.
We will go to the second period, and it's a 4-0 lead for Brandon Mayer. Hubka's choice, he will defer. Mayer will go down to start the second period.
And again, Cleveland still on top here of Ryan Steffen. Steffen got the arm now controlled, trying to do everything he can to keep Cleveland from locking up that cradle.
Mayer trying to kick his way away. He's able to get to his feet. Hubka with the lift. He's able to return him to the mat. 1:40 left here in the second period. Mayer able to get to his feet once again. Mayer leading 4-0.
We're going back to the center of the mat with 52 seconds left the second period, and Cleveland says, out of heck with it, let's go up. So he gives Stefan 1 point. They go up. Tries to throw Stefan, but Stefan slips it, but Cleveland comes up on top, and he's getting near fall points, so he got 2. And that'll make it 6-1 to take down 2 near fall. And now he's coming across, got the arm up in the back, got a Hassman in. And he takes Stefan to his back out of bounds. So still 6-1. Connor Cleveland over Ryan Stefan.
And Brandon Mayer now with the 6-1 lead on Carter Hubka with 50 seconds left here in the second period. Mayer able to get the reversal, and Hubka able to get the escape. Hubka reaching for the leg of Mayer. Mayer able to sprawl and get the hips back. Hubka trying to lift, but his head is directly on the mat right now. And Mayer has control of the leg of Hubka to stop his momentum as well. 30 seconds left here in the second period, and a stalemate called by Greg Becker. 6-1 Mayer as we have 30 seconds left. We are at the little past the halfway point of the overall match.
We've got head blood time here for Ryan Stefan. He comes back out. He'll go down. See what Cleveland does. 23 seconds left. He'll probably get on right him rather than give him the point a short time. They start. Stefan tries to come to his feet. Cleveland throws him back to the mat. Stefan lands on his knees, tries to turn, looking for hand control, can't get it. Cleveland looks up, got a cradle locked, but not in a very good position, kind of underneath Stefan's. Good thing Connor Cleveland's a lot better than Stefan. He could have been put in a bad position there. That dangerous cradle. Coming to clear underneath him and locking the hands up. Didn't quite get him locked. Coming to the third period, and Connor Cleveland's going down.
And we go to the third period. Hubka will choose to start neutral. It's a 9-1 lead for Brandon Mayer here at 120 pounds.
And Stefan has Cleveland stretched out. And ref blows the whistle. Looks like he's looking for blood.
Here is Mayer with another takedown on Hubka. And it's a 10-2 lead with 1:30 left here in the third period, as Brandon Mayer only lost once all year.
Looks like we got a little blood from Ryan Stefan here. Score still 6-1. And that didn't take long. Stefan comes back to the mat. I'm up on top of Connor Cleveland.
Mayer still leading here in dominating fashion at 120 pounds over Carter Hubka of Decorah. And just because now here's Mayer dominating Hubka, and Hubka gets called for stalling on the bottom.
Now we get up. Cleveland got a reversal there.
54 seconds left here in the third period. Mayer leading by a 10-2 margin.
Stefan got just a little bit high there, and Cleveland shows out why he was his finalist last year's state tournament. Knew just exactly where he was and come up under the arm and forced Stefan to kind of roll through there, and Cleveland come up on top, and you got the 2, makes it 8-1.
And now Mayer warned for inactivity as the clock stops with 33.4 seconds left in the third period. Brandon Mayer leading by a 10-2 margin.
And we've got Stefan turned into him and come up and faced him, so he's got 2 now. It's 8-2 Cleveland. Cleveland, very deceptive wrestler. He hasn't shown us a lot. Now he comes under for a takedown, ties Stefan's arms up. Now he's coming, looks like he's trying to take Stefan to his back, and he's getting back points. Haven't seen any brilliant move, but he just doesn't make any mistakes.
In a bad position at all.
No, and if he's going to a bad position, he knows it right away and gets right out of it. Takes advantage of everything he's got, everything he can get. Now he's got Stefan on his back, and he gets the fall. So Connor Cleveland go to the finals with a fall over Ryan Steffen.
And Brandon
18
Mayer
seconds left.
has completed the victory over Carter Hupka by a 10-2 margin. So Brandon Mayer on to the finals at 120 pounds here this afternoon. I believe we have our first backside matchup here at 120 pounds to move on to the consolation semifinals. It'll be Tristan Hansmeyer of Walk-On and Brady Leonard of Owine, and that will be here on mat number 1. Quick takedown here for Hansmeyer. And New Hampton with 2 in the finals thus far. Crestwood with 2 in the finals as well. 2-0 Hansmeyer with the lead here at 120 pounds. Cleveland getting the fall on Steffen, as Dave described to you a few minutes ago, by in a time of 5:52. So final set at 106. Noah 5, New Hampton. Michael Millage of Cresco. It'll be New Hampton and Waverly Shellrock at 113. Connor Cleveland of New Hampton. Austin Yant of Waverly Shellrock. At 120, it'll be Brandon Mayer of Crestwood, and the winner of Keaton Gertz and Brennan Ryan of Owine. And I don't know what's happening over there on your mat.
Mat 2 here, we're at a hold-up here. Looks like we've got Walk-On, coach is sitting in a corner, and the Owine coach is sitting in a corner.
Walk-On and Waverly.
Walk-On and Waverly, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, Walk-On and Waverly.
I'm looking down at their track wrestling right now. The track wrestling computer is frozen on mat number 2, and that has happened a few times. So technology is a wonderful thing, but when it doesn't work, it's not as wonderful as it should be.
The pencil and bout sheet seldom fails.
Exactly.
But it doesn't get the results out over the whole world right away.
That is true.
But of course,
the good old scorebook Phil Henning came up with, correct?
Yep.
The Decorah native, longtime coach down at Marshalltown, retired now, I believe.
Yeah, did very, very well with that score. Come back with that predicament scorebook. That was, everybody had those nationwide.
Yep. Tristan Hansmeyer with some back points here on Brady Leonard, and Hansmeyer takes 4-0 lead as we go to the second period.
And we're still holding up here.
We're a victim of technology here at mat number 1. So I believe the mat that you will have will be at 26. Or are we going to be on the backside at 113? It says 113 on the board. I guess I'm a little confused.
I think they're pretty slow to change that on the board.
So here's Hansmeyer with another takedown on the side of the mat, and he gets a reversal now. Trying to get some back points, but rolling through is Brady Leonard of Owine. Leonard has Hansmeyer on his back, cradled up. 1:33 left in the period, and Brady Leonard was going to get the fall. Leonard for Owine getting the fall at 120 pounds. So he will move on to face Carter Hupka a little later on. And up next, we're going to be at 126 pounds, at least on my mat. Keegan Tingy of New Hampton and Connor Slivka of Crestwood. This is Slivka, the 2 seed, Tingy, the 3 seed, both men with pretty good records. It's Tingy at 29-12 thus far, and Slivka at 26-7 thus far. Scramble situation, no points yet, and finally a takedown there for Tingy. A 2-0 lead for Tingy with a minute 35 left here in the period.
New Hampton with their predominantly black uniforms on this round.
I remember the good old days when he had one singlet a day.
I remember that. Yeah.
I kind of like those days.
I did too. We got to get reaccustomed here to these guys.
Well,
does that mean?
And every time I have that debate with somebody, as Tangy called for potentially dangerous with 1:09 left here in the first period, Tangy leading by a 2-0 margin. Who is the predominant team in college wrestling over the last 25 years? The Iowa Hawkeyes.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have final singlets?
Black and gold.
Because Dan Gable, Tom Brands, Jimmy Zaleski over the years realizes the matches on those back sides of the bracket mean as much for the titles as the matches on the front side.
That's right. Well, look at Penn State. Blue uniforms with a white belter on them.
Exactly.
Same thing.
Well, and I had to laugh out at the Midlands. Jaden DeVilvis for Luther wrestled out there, and there was a Hawkeye blogger out there complaining that Luther's uniforms looked exactly like Penn State's. And my question was, what in the world's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's true. And I'm not sure who had it first, because uniforms Luther's been looking like that as long as I can remember.
Exactly. Tangy leading 2-0 here in the semis at 126. And we're still in a holding pattern at 126 pounds on mat number 1. Track wrestling not cooperating, or at least the connection not cooperating over there on mat number 1. So Tangy still leading 2-0, and he's going to get called for another potentially dangerous on Brennan Ryan of Owine, or on Connor Slivka of Crestwood. This is at 126. Tangy, a sophomore. Connor Slivka, the junior for
New Hampton.
Slivka, the junior for Crestwood.
Yep.
Tangy,
sophomore,
trying to roll through here. 3 seconds left in the period. Slivka trying to step through and get an escape. Wasn't quite able to do it. And it will be 2-0 as we go to the second period. Tangy with the lead. And a neutral restart with Connor Slivka here.
Slivka, deep shot, but too far away. Tangy easily backs out. Forehead to forehead right now. And sort of a shot on the leg by Tangy, but again, too far away. Slivka counters the front headlock, and they go out of bounds.
We gotta correct something. That was we had it as the backside bracket at 120. It was that was actually a front side bracket, as Brennan Ryan of Owine beat Keaton Gertz of New Hampton. We got to clarify that a little bit. So Gertz to the backside of the bracket, and Brennan Ryan, number 2 seed, gets the fall, and he will face Brandon Mayer of Crestwood in the championship later on this afternoon. So I was a little confused there. Got a little ahead of myself. So that was at 120, David.
120.
So Owine gets their first finalist of the day. But so far, it looks like the seeds are pretty much running true. We got 1 and 2 at 6, 1 and 2 at 13, and 1 and 2 at 120 pounds. Keegan Tangy, the 3 seed, leading Connor Slivka, the 2 seed here, with 45 seconds left in the second period, as we continue in our holding pattern on mat number 2 right now. This is the Northeast Iowa Conference Wrestling Championships, the 68th annual edition from New Hampton, and you're listening to KDECradio.com's coverage of it. Darren Swenson, Dave Omdahl with you all day long on the internet. The site has been publicized on my Twitter account and on the Decorah Wrestling Twitter account and Facebook pages, so Got anybody around the world that wants to listen to live coverage, tell them to dial up ustream.tv/channel/KDEC Sports, and Dave and I will bring all the fun and excitement of this tournament to you right now. And here's Tingy with a takedown with 3 seconds left in the second period at 126 pounds, and he leads Connor Slifka by a 4-0 margin as we go to the third.
And that's a bad time to give it up right there at the end. Keegan Tangy going down. Coach Denner says hurry up, get set, stay set. Top man cover. And the whistle blows, not a whole lot of action. Tangy drops his head, Slifka comes up, looking for a half. Tangy pulls a half off, now Slifka comes back with it. He's a long ways behind to do a lot with that half. Now he tries to stretch Tangy out. Tangy comes back to his base. Tangy's trying to come up. There, Slifka takes him to his back, and he's got Tangy on his back, and he's getting back points. They made that half work. Come back in the crotch, tip tends Tangy to his back, and boy, that was close to a fall. Tangy coming out of it now.
3 back points will be awarded to Slifka. Now stepping over and trying to get a reversal is Tangy, and he's rewarded that, and it's 6-3 right now.
Too bad, Slifka had that situation, and it looked awful close to a fall. The official been in the right position. We're going on our mat over here.
Yeah, and that is the backside bracket. Tristan Hansmeyer of Waukon and Brady Leonard of Waverly Shellrock. And that is on the backside at 120.
120.
Tangy leading 6-3, 45 seconds left here in the third period. Tangy trying to become the first non-1 or 2 seed to make a final this afternoon.
And we've got Hansmeyer with a walk-on with a takedown. 30 seconds gone, the first period, leading 2-0 over Brady Leonard, Waverly Shellrock.
Tangy still leading 6-3 with 25 seconds left in the period. Now Tangy got a 1 count on Slifka on his back, got a leg through, but Slifka trying to step over. He's trying to reach for that half, but Tangy won't let him get it. It's a 6-5 lead now. As Slifka is trailing with 9 seconds left in the period, he's going to have to turn him awfully quick and really doesn't have time to let him go, but he's going to run out of time to do so. And Keegan Tangy for New Hampton is on to the finals at 126. Tangy with a hard-earned 6-5 win over Connor Slifka of Crestwood.
Now Slifka just gave up those 2 takedowns, got in a hole too quick. On this match here, we've got Tristan Hansmeyer walk on up 5-0 over Brady Leonard of Waverly Shellrock. This is an important match here because the young man who loses this match basically goes home. He's done.
Yep.
And will not place. If you win this match, you can't go any lower than 6th. And got a chance to wrestle for 5th. So winners of this match continue to score.
And you can wrestle all the way back to 3rd.
Well, you can go all the way back to 3rd. That's right. Yeah.
And we're underway with the semifinals here at 132. Nate Sands, I should say, for Waverly Shellrock, a 40-5 record with a quick takedown on Mitchell Snitker of Waukon. He leads at 2-0, and Sands trying to turn him over. He's got him on his back with 1:37 left in the period, and there's the fall. A 25-second fall for Nate Sands. He's on to the finals for the Go Hawks at 132.
Yeah, not unexpected, but the thing about my match here, the Russ Blacks on the first wrestle back around the Constellations, you can keep on scoring points if you win. And if you don't, you don't. Hansmeyer defers. Waverly Shellrock says we'll go down on Brady Leonard.
Sands becomes the second finalist for the Go Hawks to go along with Austin Yant at 113 pounds. And we've got the other final or semifinals here at 132 up on mat number 1 right now. Chase Lenhart of Crestwood, the 3 seed. Austin Stout of Charles City, the 2 seed. Lenhart now at 29-6. Stout now at 31-6.
Well, 5-1 score. Tristan Hansmeyer over Brady Leonard. He's got the cradle on him now. Brings Brady Leonard, 5 wins, 6 losses, freshman from Waverly Shellrock, to his back. Didn't get the fall, but he got 3 more back points to make it 8-1.
So far, New Hampton with 3 in the finals, Crestwood, Waverly with 2, and Owine with 1.
Got the cradle again. Hard to get that inside shoulder down, though. Tristan Hansmeyer with the cradle. Minute 2 left. Second period, and he gets the fall. So we've got Hansmeyer.
Moving on to face Carter Hubka of Decorah.
Yep.
Now on mat 2, Devin starts Decorah, Jake Williams Owine starts Decorah, Williams Owine.
And a 2-0 lead now at 1:32 for Austin Stout of Charles City. He leads 2-0 on Chase Lenhart of Decorah. And Devin Stort's up at 126.
Jake Coons of Decorah, 4th seed, 18-8, sophomore. Come into the round with a 10-2 major decision over Dakota Hewitt of Charles City. Devin Stort's by the first round, top seed, 24-9 record.
And Kewen's another kid, decent record for a 5 seed or a 4 seed at 18-8 right now.
Yeah.
Devin at 24-9. Of course, Johnny Etherington's healthy. He'd be by far and away
he would be
favorite.
He'd be the 1 seed, yeah.
At this weight class.
Everybody'd move down 1 seed if he was in the bracket.
Unfortunately,
he's not, so
he's likely done with his wrestling career due to concussion issues.
And it'd be kind of nice should Storts win this match, which we sure hope happens. He won't have to face Lithka again. Might get been a little tired of that.
Yeah.
Storts come in on a takedown, went right to the head, and he's got Coons on his back, getting out over the head. Coons tries to roll through, doesn't make it happen. Now gets both legs off the mat, both feet off the mat. That's a pretty good indication he's pinned, and he was. So Devin Storts, 58 seconds left in the period, gets a fall over Jake Keens from Owine.
So Devin Storts becomes the first finalist for Decorah. He will take on Keegan Tengi of New Hampton later on this afternoon. Here is a 3-0 lead now at 1:32 for Austin Stout of Charles City. Stout leading 3-0 on Chase Lenhart of Charles City.
And we've got a consolation first round. Logan Deerfield from Waverly Shell Rock against Colin Cotta from Waukon. Deerfield, junior, 6'8 record. Cotta, junior, with a 13-18 record. So we'll see what happens here. Somebody will go on and score points, and somebody won't.
These matches, these matches are so huge. I mean, they aren't going to draw the headlines. They're probably not going to draw a ton of fan attention outside of the family members, really, of the wrestlers out there. But on a day like today, these matches are so huge.
Everybody looks over at the semifinals, but there can be a lot of points scored or lost here in the first round of these consolations.
Because you can potentially score. Well, you can score the 2 advancement points. You can potentially score 6 more points by staying alive here.
And 1 more advancement point on this round.
Well, if you win twice,
right?
That's what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. And of course, your bonus points pile up just as good, just as much as on the front side of the bracket.
And if the team race is going to be as tight as we expect it to be, that could be awfully huge.
That's right. And you know, these points add up just as well as the points on the front side.
Exactly.
And there we've got Waukon with a takedown. Deerfield made a shot from a long ways away, got himself extended. Waukon came around behind, took advantage of it.
Blood time over here on mat number 1, 3-0 lead for Austin Stout. And Chase Lenhart going to the side, going to get treated for blood, getting some coaching from assistant coach Justin Denner and head coach Keith Slifka on the side.
Deerfield come to his feet, but Coda locked up behind him, and they went out of bounds.
Northeast Iowa Conference Wrestling Tournament, 68th annual edition, longest running conference tournament in the state of Iowa in high school wrestling.
Hasn't always had the same teams.
Nope.
It had Charles City, had Osage.
Cedar Falls.
Cedar Falls, rather.
Osage. But the recent memory, it's been pretty much the same
Yeah,
seven.
pretty much the same. I got to look back through the history, see, and I think Waukon is one of the last teams to come in.
And trivia question for you: what's the last team other than Waverly to win a Northeast Iowa Conference tournament?
I can't remember 10 years. That'd be 11 years ago.
Well, it's right in front of you.
Yeah.
Who would you say off the top of your head?
11 years ago? Well, we were pretty tough then.
2004. Decora's last title was 2000.
2000. Probably.
Decora hosted that tournament that year too.
Charles City or Cresco?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you've got three other choices.
Yeah. Gee.
It was New Hampton back in 2004.
2004.
And that was actually hosted by Waverly, and I believe we wrestled down at Wartburg that day. Crestwood won in 2003, Charles City in 2002, and Waverly's won 05 through 14.
Well, they've had quite a run.
Of course, one thing they added in 1998 was the Arlo Flaggy Sportsmanship Award. This has been a nice award given out to a kid who represents all about what's good about the sport of high school wrestling. I know Brandon Slifka, a darn good kid for Cresco, won it last year. Over the years, Mike Tungin and Blake Livingood and Chase Christopher have won it for Decora, and that was a nice addition about the time that Arlo retired from...
I see Arlo's here today.
It's a Northeast Iowa Conference tournament. Why wouldn't he be?
That's right.
3-0, by the way. Stout still leading Lenhart over here on mat number 1 with a minute 29 left here in the period.
Yeah, with 29 seconds left in the second period, it's Coda from Waukon still leading Deerfield, but Deerfield's put on a pretty good ride. He rode him out the period, and Coda's up on his feet, gets away now with 22 seconds left, so it leads 3-1 or 3-0 right now. Good time to get an escape with only 17 seconds, 18 seconds left.
Stout trying to, has the arm locked up, working through the leg area and trying to turn Lenhart in this situation. 50 seconds left here in the period. 47 seconds left here in the period, and Stout trying to make it another 1-2 matchup. Keegan Tengi, the only number 3 seed to get to the finals here in the early weight classes.
We'll start third period with Coda down, and see if he can get out a little quicker than he did last time. Deerfield obviously not wanting to go under him. And he hasn't had to, but he's had pretty good luck riding him. But I don't think so far hasn't shown much progress towards turning him. It's hard to score points from the top position if you can't turn a guy. And Coda not doing too much on the bottom, but it's hard to get a stalling call because Deerfield's got the leg in. And now he comes out to the side, tries to put a cradle on. Cotta comes to his feet, takes the hand, throws the arm over the head, and comes out to face Deerfield. He should have his one here shortly.
And Austin Stout of Charles City wins.
Now he's got it.
Wins, and Stout becomes the first finalist for Charles City at 132 pounds, a 4-0 victory over Chase Lenhart of Decora, or of Crestwood, I should say.
Here again, Deerfield makes a long shot and gets himself extended, and Cotta comes around behind, just about the same as second period. And so we've got a 6-0 lead now for Colin Cotta.
And on the backside here at 132, we have Matthew Fullhart of Decora and Chase Hershey of Owine. And another one of those matches, it's stay alive or go home.
Yep. And there we've got Cotta putting a half in, turning Deerfield. He's getting back points. Cotta up over the head now. Now let's go the half. I'm trying to stretch the arm of Deerfield up over the head. Got to stretch it a little farther over the head to lower that shoulder. He gets 3 near fall points. Make it 9-0 as match is over. And we've got Cotta from Waukon with a major decision.
And takes away the ability of Waverly to score any more points there.
Yeah, any points at all at 26. So, that's one of the things when you add it up at the end, you got weights where you haven't scored anything. That really hurts. Looks like we're going to 138 here on mat 2.
2-0 the lead for Owine here at 132 pounds on Matthew Fullhart of Decorah. On mat number 1 with 30 seconds left here in the first period. And now Chase Hershey has Fullhart on his back, 23 seconds left in the period. Has the head locked up, has the arm extended, and there's the fall. Chase Hershey for Owine gets the fall in a minute 40 over Matthew Fullhart of Decorah, and Hershey will move on to the consolation semis later on this afternoon.
And we've got the number 1 seed Maxwell Forsyth, 25-10, a junior against Dalton Woodyard. Waverly Shell Rock, 17-22 record, the 9th grader, the 4th seed, and Forsyth in on a takedown on top now of Woodyard from Waverly Shell Rock, 2-0.
He's trying to become the second finalist for Charles City. It's the exception of one weight class to this point. It's been all but 1 and 2 seeds, so even though my guess is the seating meeting wasn't run as well as last year's seating meeting, at least the moderator wasn't as good.
Now, there's a couple pretty good fellas over here, Larry Straw and Bill Rotes. They've been around a while.
Well, you know what, I'm biased. I'm sticking up for my partner here.
We got through it pretty good.
Exactly.
We got through it pretty good. Conference tournament generally doesn't too hard to seed because kids have seen each other.
Well,
you wrestle round robin schedule.
And you brought it up in talking to a few people earlier on. Bottom line with track wrestling and all the information basically being available to everybody nowadays, it's kind of hard to have a heck of a lot of arguments, isn't it?
Yeah. There was a time I can remember a coach or two maybe they wouldn't tell everybody everything. And I wouldn't say they'd be untruthful, but they might not tell everybody everything, and then so you got one coach digging it up, and we don't see that anymore.
By the way, here at 138, it's Trey Pekanowski with 2-0 lead on Ryan Gorman of Waukon. It's kind of like when you're on trial for a crime. Where were you the night of the murder? I went out for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
You're not saying something that was untrue, but you're not saying something related to the case.
No. If you don't know I lost to this guy, maybe I won't remember. Maybe I won't mention it.
Exactly.
We don't have any of that anymore.
Selective memory, perhaps at times back in the old days.
Second period now. We've got Woodyard on top. Forsyth, I think, started down with a 2-0 lead, and Woodyard with the leg scissored and trying to get Forsyth stretched out. Now he's got Forsyth down on his belly, stretching him out. Forsyth is kind of basing out down there. Now he comes back to his base. Kind of Woodyard gets high, and Forsyth just pitches him over the top for a 2-point reversal. So it's 4-0 Maxwell Forsyth over Dalton Woodyard.
And Gorman gets the escape on Pekanowski with 6 seconds left in the period. So Gorman trails Pekanowski 2-1 to start the second. Pekanowski will get the choice, and he will go down to start the second period. Both of the semis at 138 being wrestled as we speak. So far, the finalist at 106, Noah 5, New Hampton, Michael Millage of Crestwood. 113, Connor Cleveland of New Hampton, Austin Yant of Waverly Shellrock. 120, Brandon Mayer of Crestwood, Brendan Ryan of Owine. 126, Devin Stortz of Decorah, Keegan Tengy of New Hampton. 132, Nate Sands of Waverly Shellrock, Austin Stout of Charles City.
So we're still 4-0 over here, 20 seconds left. We've got Maxwell Forsyth over Dalton Woodyard at this point.
It's going to be a fun thing to read. We were all given a copy of a Northeast Iowa Conference Tournament Wrestling history up here on the Crow's Nest. Larry Straw, the old coach at New Hampton, put it all together. A lot of memories over the years of 68 years of this tournament, including this year.
We're going to the third period here. Waverly chose neutral, so Woodyard's going up here and against Maxwell Forsyth, Charles City.
1:13 left here in the second period. It's a 2-1 lead for Pekanowski. Pekanowski started in the down position. Gorman looking for a far side cradle there. Won't be able to get the job done there. .50 seconds left in the second period now. Pekanowski has not really been too active down low. Gorman doing his best up top to keep active. Neither man has been hit for stalling. Some vocal instructions given by Mike Denner, the referee, right there. 30 seconds left in the period. A 2-1 lead for Trey Pekanowski, and now a stall on Gorman, as Gorman was out over the ankle. And Nick Heeman is not going to be too happy with that call from Mike Denner. The New Hampton crowd not liking the New Hampton natives call.
And on mat 2 here, we just got a takedown. A nice Kelly dump there for Forsyth, Charles City, and he now moved up into a headlock over the head, and he's got it locked up pretty tight here. Got to lift the head a little bit more. He's got it. There it is. And Max Forsyth will go into the finals with a fall over Dalton Woodyard from Waverly Shell Rock.
Another number 1 seed moving on to the finals.
And, yep.
And that's the second finalist for Charles City here this afternoon. Gorman starting in the down position here in the semis at 138. Pekanowski leading 2-1. Gorman trying to get to the finals as the 3 seed. Gorman able to get to his feet, trying to get some hand control. He turns and faces, gets the escape, and it's 2-2 here in the semis at 138.
And we're at 145, and we've got Zach Wagenhofer from Waverly Shell Rock against Jake Nitchell from Charles City. And Wagenhofer, the 3rd seed, Nitchell, the 2nd seed. Nitchell coming in with a 27-9 record, a senior. Wagenhofer, a sophomore, with a 32-14 record. So 2nd and 3rd seeds here in the semis. Bottom half of the bracket. Both of them in an ear-to-ear tie here.
Here's Gorman circling around, has the arm locked up, scramble situation. Pekanowski with the arm around the leg of Gorman. Gorman steps over trying to cover, but Pekanowski still has control of his leg. Now he loses control of the leg, and Gorman gets the takedown to make it 4-2 with 43 seconds left here in the 3rd period. Gorman working off to the side, 33 seconds left here in the period. He was able to ride out Pekanowski in that 2nd period.
We've got Wagenhofer with a takedown here over Nitchell, leading 2-0 with 55 seconds left on this semifinal.
There's Pekanowski trying to circle through. He's able to do so, gets a reversal, and it's 4-4 with 9 seconds left here in the period. 4 seconds left here in the period. And Gorman able to get to his feet, and it is overtime here in the semifinals at 138. 4-4 the score at 138 between Pekanowski and Gorman. Second overtime we've had today.
And we're still in the 1st period with Wagenhofer leading Nitchell 2-0.
Pekanowski and Gorman in a forehead-to-forehead tie here. Pekanowski and Gorman, neither man has attempted a real shot here in the overtime period.
And with 10 seconds left, Nitchell comes up for an escape.
Here's Pekanowski in on the shot. Pekanowski in on the shot. Gorman able to stuff his head, circle around, get the takedown, and Gorman wins in overtime. Ryan Gorman on to the finals for New Hampton, winning in Southern victory 6-4 over Trey Pekanowski, become the second 3 seed to move on to the finals today.
Well, that was a situation I think both boys had pretty much even records.
Gorman now at 30-11, and Pekanowski now at 30-10.
Yeah.
Can't get a heck of a lot more even than that.
So that's one of those, you generally don't see a lot of argument in the seeding meeting about that, because they'll usually meet in the semis anyway, which they did, and we saw how they came out.
And here we go, 145. Tyler Thomas of Crestwood and Adam Benzing of Walk-On. Thomas the top seed, and Benzing for Walk-On at the number 4 seed.
And we've got a escape here for Mitchell, but Wagenhofer down in on the leg as they go out of bounds. So it's 2-2 right now. 2-2 at a neutral position between Zach Wagenhofer, Waverly Shell Rock, and Jake Mitchell from Charles City.
No score yet here at 145 between Thomas of Crestwood and Benzing of Walk-On. We are at 145 semis on both match right now.
We had a shot by Wagenhofer and sprawl by Mitchell, and that got him a stalling call. So Mitchell from Charles City has 1 stalling call on him.
All of the 12 finalists that we have had to this point, 2 have been number 3 seeds. The rest have been 1 or 2 seeds. The 2 3 seeds, both from New Hampton.
Wrestling well then. And we're still tied 2-2 with 30 seconds left to go in the second period. That stalling call on Mitchell probably didn't hurt too much, because he has not been the aggressor. Nice slide by tried by Wagenhofer, didn't work. They go out of bounds.
A takedown here for Tyler Thomas on mat number 1. Thomas, who has only lost twice this year, the senior for the Crestwood Cadets. He leads it by a 2-0 margin as we... And here's a potentially dangerous call, as the arm bent at a funny angle that time.
Little question here at the scores table. Official Eckerman, and well under control. No points changed. Wagenhofer's choice, and he's going to go down. There as they went out.
Thomas has Benzing on his back right now, getting back points with 19 seconds left in the period. Isn't quite to the level of getting the fall yet. 12 seconds left here in the period for Tyler Thomas. Greg Becker has 3 points waiting him when this hold is released or the period comes to an end. And 3 points given to Thomas, and it's 5-0 going to the second period.
We had a forward roll by Wagenhofer that kind of led to, followed nicely by Mitchell, but it ended up in a scramble, and Wagenhofer came out for 1. Oh, nice deep shot by Mitchell. He's in deep. Wagenhofer, only choice he's got is to grab a toe. And then we call it potentially dangerous. And I think that's going to cost Mitchell an opportunity there, because he was in deep.
Second period about to begin. Thomas will start in the down position against Benzing, leading 5-0. Thomas trying a switch, but Benzing able to get to the shoulder to stop the momentum. Thomas keeps moving, though. Benzing circles behind him. 1:45 left here in the period. Thomas still trying for that switch, but Benzing now down to the ankle of Thomas to stop the momentum. Benzing has the ankle on the far side, a cross face on the near side. Thomas trying to step right on through. Benzing able to get to his feet, as does Thomas. And Thomas gets the escape as they go out of bounds. With 6-0, 1:27 left here in the second period.
We're 3-2, and now it's should be 5-2. Wagenhofer just got a takedown. Mitchell made a bad shot. Wagenhofer capitalized. Now Mitchell's turned into Wagenhofer. He's got his leg, but Wagenhofer's still in control. 33 seconds left. A lot of rolling around here. Wagenhofer trying to crotch lift. I think it was freestyle. Now Mitchell turns into him, but Wagenhofer still stays within that crotch. And Mitchell can get an arm out and switch to a double. He should get his 2 here at the edge of the mat, and he's got them, which makes it 5-3, 5-4. Now he's got to roll him up and get some back, and he's got a count of 1. He's got to come up over the head. Can't quite do it. Wagenhofer comes up on top, and time runs out. Looks like it's going to end up 5-4 Wagenhofer. So we got a 3rd seed coming in the finals.
And he will move on to the finals for Waverly Shellrock, as he will become their 3rd finalist of the day. And here's Tyler Thomas getting a fall in 3:37 over Adam Benzing. So Thomas, another 1 seed, moving on to the finals at 1:45. So it'll be Waverly Shellrock and Crestwood at 1:45. Wagenhofer with the fall there, or with the decision there, and Tyler Thomas with the fall. He becomes the 3rd finalist for the Crestwood Cadets.
And it looks like we're going to have a consolation first round behind at 1:45 between Drew Bading from New Hampton against Elliot Phillips from Olwine. Phillips comes in 12-26, and Bading comes 18-23.
But can you keep scoring points for your team?
That's right. That's right. Very important matches.
152, we're on to the semifinals on mat number 1. Seth Walker of Waverly Shellrock, 29-10, a junior. Brandon Childs, 21-8, a junior for Charles City.
And boy, you know, this is the last match we had over here on mat number 2, shows how tight things can be. Mitchell had Wagenhofer on his back and got a 1 count.
Yep.
If he'd have got a 2 count, he'd have won the match.
Yep.
Here we've got Bading taking Phillips to his back and getting the fall right away at minute 27 seconds left. So we've got Drew Bading from New Hampton.
And he will take on Adam Benzing of Walk On. A quick takedown here at 152 pounds. So Waverly Shellrock with the quick lead on Charles City. Seth Walker and Brandon Childs there. And looks like you're going to have the semis at 152. Cole Sanford of Olwine and Neil Clement of Crestwood.
In that last match there, the loser, Jake Mitchell rather, will take on Cole Christopher from Decorah in the second round of the consolations. Yeah, 152.
So as of right now, New Hampton with 4 in the finals, Crestwood with 3, Waverly Shellrock with 3, Charles City with 2, and Decorah and Olwine with 1. So 6 of the 7 teams already represented in the finals. Here today, as Walker has Childs on his back, has him cradled up. Childs trying to kick out of it. 1 minute left here in the period.
Yeah, and we've got Stanford from Olwine, the 3rd seed, 35-11 against Neil Clement, 30-8 from Cresco.
And Childs able to get out of the pinning combination of Walker, so a 5-0 lead for Walker as we continue on, and Walker cradles up Childs once again.
You got Clement in on a single, got the leg up, head inside. Stanford with a whizzer trying to force the head down. Clement needs to get him walking backwards.
Walker leads now 8-1 as he lets Childs go after his second pinning combination. Seth Walker 29-10 for the Waverly Shellrock Go-Hawks.
Here we got Neil Clement taking Cole Stanford to the mat.
9 seconds left in the period as they go out of bounds here in the semis at 52. Walker of Waverly leading Childs of Charles City by an 8-1 margin. Walker, the number 1 seed. All of the number 1 seeds got byes today, and it was a case, I think, in years past, it used to be Waverly Shellrock got a lot of the number 1 seeds, so they more evenly divided those byes up, but the number 1 seeds were pretty evenly divided today, so everyone pretty much, there was no advantage or disadvantage given by giving all the number 1s the bye.
And the disadvantage of having a bye, of course, is you can't get bonus points because you can't pin the guy, and you won't get advancement points unless you win your next match.
Yep.
So, kind of a double whammy for that bye. And now we've got Stanford with a reverse right at the edge, right at the end of the match, or at the end of the first period, excuse me, and it's 2-2 between Cole Stanford Olwine and Neil Clement Crestwood. Stanford's choice, and he goes down.
Walker still leading by an 8-1 margin on Brandon Childs, trying to lock up an ear side cradle. Childs able to get to his feet. Childs tries to step across and go in the opposite direction, but they go out of bounds with 1:17 left in the second period.
Stanford tries to switch. Clement jams him and brings him back to his base. Coming toward the edge of the mat. Stanford trying to work a roll, and they go out of bounds, no points. Nice roll, tied up the arms, an inside roll, and he probably had points if they'd been in the middle of the mat.
An 8-2 lead for Seth Walker here with 43 seconds left in the second period.
Clement riding with a wrist. Stanford takes the wrist away now. Clement behind the arms. Now he's got 2-on-1 on the wrist. Still riding 2-on-1 wrist ride. Now moves up, trying to come up over the head. Now looking for a cradle. Not there. Still got a far arm tied up. And trying a tricep ride here, picking up an ankle. Driving Stanford to the edge of the mat. Looking for a head in the armpit. Doesn't have it. Can't get the wrist.
Second period now done over here on mat number 1 with Seth Walker of Waverly Shellrock leading Brandon Childs of Charles City by an 8-2 margin.
We still got 2-2 with 32 seconds left, and Neil Clement Cresco putting a tough ride. He's got the legs in now on Cole Stanford. Had him stretched out, really putting a lot of back arch in it. But he's got to start working the head, working for a turn. Can't just sit on top like that, but only got 16 seconds to kill. And now he's trying to work the head, trying to get under something on the top end. Still keeping good leg pressure on, which is one of the big secrets of riding with the legs. Can you keep the hip pressure in there with those legs while you work the head? And Neil Clements did a good job of it.
Start of the third period over here.
And there's no doubt.
Walker trying to roll his way through, loses the grip, and staying in that top position is Childs. Walker started down here in the third period. Seth Walker of Waverly Shellrock with an 8-2 advantage on Brandon Childs of Charles City.
We've got Neil Clement going down with score tied 2-2. Tries to stand up. Stanford picks up the leg, brings you back to the mat. Now Stanford's got a leg in, but he's got his hips kind of out of position. They're kind of low, and Clement gets to rolling around. But it's like Stanford was trying to spladle, but we had to stop it because we got blood here on the part of Stanford.
An escape here for Walker on mat number 1 here in the semis at 152. Walker leading by a 9-2 margin with 35 seconds left here in the third period.
Yeah, it looks like they got Stanford's blood stopped. Getting up the back of Neil Clement a little bit.
Out of bounds they go with 19 seconds left in the period as Walker trying to become the fourth finalist for Waverly Shellrock. Here at 152 pounds. 15 seconds left here in the period as Walker rolls out of bounds with Childs with 11 seconds left in the period.
We're still 2-2 in the third period with Clement down. Now he turns into Stanford, comes up around behind him. He's got a reversal, and he's got Stanford back to the mat, but looks like we've got locked hands.
And here's a takedown for Walker, so Walker will get the bonus points for Waverly Shellrock, and Seth Walker on to the finals at 152, the top seed, with a major decision victory over Brandon Childs of Charles City.
Well, Clement got the reversal, but he locked his hands touched after the reverse, and so the score is 4-3 now. Clement, Stanford trying to switch over and over again, tries to switch the other side. Clement reaches for the arm, misses it. Stanford's on his feet. Taking Clement back to the mat, and he's got a 2-point reversal. Now taking Clement back to the mat with the cradle locked up, and Stanford has the cradle and the legs tied up, looking for back points, hasn't got them yet, but leads 5-4. Clement ahead 5-4 brings Stanford ahead 5-4 brings Clement to his back, getting more back points. Looks like he's got a count of 2. And now he's counting again, he's got the fall. So we've got Cole Stanford moving into the finals with a fall over Neil Clement of Crestwood.
Another 3 seed moving on there, David.
Yep.
And over here on this consolation mat, a fall in 35 seconds for Adam Werzer of New Hampton. So he'll keep scoring points for the New Hampton Chickasaws and gets 2 bonus points there. And a fall in 35 seconds over Lucas Larson of Walk-On. So
looks like we've got a final over here, or semifinal over here.
Yours will probably be quick, I'm assuming.
Seth Walker against.
No, this is Steyert.
Oh yeah, this is Steyert here.
Steyert and Korish at 160, and Cole Denner of New Hampton and Alec Felstrel of Decorah in the semifinals here at 160 pounds.
Yeah, we've got another Waverly Shellrock Charles City. Bryce Steyert 42-1 against Andrew Korish 14-12 Charles City, the 4th seed. Steyert has a quick takedown, looking for a cradle. He's just basically crunching him, rolls him through, and he's got that inside shoulder down. If he can get the outside shoulder down, he's got it, and he has the fall. So Bryce Steyert, with 1 minute 20 seconds left in the first period, wins the fall over Andrew Korish from Charles City. So
Felstrel got a takedown. Denner got out, and it's 2-1 here in the semis at 160 pounds. Felstrel trying to become the second finalist for Decorah. Steyert becoming the 5th finalist for Waverly Shellrock. Steyert, the UNI commit, has only lost once all year.
And that was to, I believe, a boy from Bettendorf, I think.
Yes, I think you're right.
And the kid from Bettendorf, I think, is a transfer in, maybe from Apple Valley. So.
You mean that happens?
Yeah, that happens.
2-1 the lead. Alec Felstrel still leading Cole Denner with 30 seconds left here in the first period.
We're at 170. And we've got Austin Duffy from Olwine on the quick takedown over Tanner Peterson, Charles City.
Trying to think, maybe it's happened. When's the last time Olwine had a 1 seed at a conference tournament?
It's been quite a while, I think.
Here's Felstrel with the takedown at the 5-second mark of the first period. Alec trying to hook something up. He won't have time to do anything, but Felstrel does have a 4-1 lead as we go to the second period.
And Duffy just throws the arm over the head of Peterson and puts a half in, and he's out over the shoulders now. And he's got Peterson on his back, and he gets the fall. So, minute 19 seconds left first period. Austin Duffy. Olwine moves to the finals with a fall.
Third finalist for the Huskies today. 4-2 as a quick escape for Cole Denner. Denner getting to a leg here in the second period against Felstrel. Felstrel able to extend to Denner. He's got his body down on the mat. Now Denner rising up, still has control of the leg of Felstrel. Looking for some advantage. Felstrel still has the head stuffed, and now both men break away with 1:22 left here in the second period. A 4-2 lead for Alec Felstrel.
We've got Alex Lukes of New Hampton, senior 27-12 record, the number 1 seed, against Robbie McKeeman from Olwine. 18-15 winner last round over Alex Kaler from Charles City.
Here's a nice double leg by Felstrel getting a takedown at the end of the mat, and Alec takes a 6-2 lead. One minute left here in the second period. Felstrel and Denner. Alec has only lost 3 times this year, but 2 losses are going to be to a kid that's likely going to be in his bracket next Saturday at sectionals, the Bruns kid for North Fayette Valley. There's an escape for Denner, and now it's a 6-3 lead for Alec Felstrel.
And we're still 0-0, Alex Lukes and Robbie McKeeman.
33 seconds left here in the second period. A 6-3 lead for Alec Felstrel. Felstrel tries a double leg. Denner goes off the mat. 26 seconds left here in the period. Back to the center they go. Neutral restart. 6-3 the score.
Looks like we got a 2-point takedown for Alex Lukes on the edge of the mat. We'll go ahead 2-0 with 47 seconds left. It's 182-pound semifinal.
Here is Denner with a takedown on the edge of the mat with 9 seconds left in the period. Cole Denner with a 6-5 deficit now to Alec Felstrel. They go out of bounds with 4.5 seconds left here in the period.
Now we've got Lukes in, tried to put a half in, but he got way too high, and McKeenan is trying to kind of come through underneath, and he comes through and he gets the reversal. So we've got a 2-2 score over here now.
And we go to the third period over here. It's Felstrel leading 6-5. Alec will take down to start period number 3.
McKeenan looks like he was trying for a spladle but lost everything, and Lukes is on top now for the reversal, and he's getting back points. Got to lift the head to get the fall. Only 1 second left. He doesn't get it, so he gets 2 reversal and 3 back.
Felstrel able to get to his feet, get hand control, get the escape. 7-5, Alec with the lead with 1:43 left here in the third period.
We're 7-2 now. Luke's ahead. He gets his choice, defers.
Forehead tie with both men. Now they break away.
McKeenan from Olwine is going to start down, and Luke says, I'll let him up. Give him one. We'll go. We're going on our feet.
Denner got a late takedown in the second period to make this one interesting here in the semis at 60. Here's Felstrel looking for the big throw. He puts Denner on his back. He's a little high, but he is getting back points as we speak. 1:05 left here in the period.
He adjusted nicely.
And there's the fall. Alec Felstrel with the fall in 4:56, and he moves on to the finals for Decorah at 160 pounds. He becomes the second finalist for Decorah to join Devin Stortz earlier today. So we move on to 170 right now. This will be a semifinal matchup. Trevor Byram of Waverly Shellrock, Joe Frieden of Walk On. Byram at 25-15, Frieden at 25-12.
We've got a 7-3 score. Luke's over McKeeman, and they just went to the edge of the mat, and Luke's hit a headlock, and McKeeman probably promptly rolled him through. McKeeman looks like a dangerous kid. I don't think the match will be over till it's all done, and then we get on the edge of the mat there, and no points scored.
Joe Frieden for Walk On getting a takedown. And it is a 2-0 lead for Frieden. Byram trying to get to his feet. Frieden has him cradled up, and he's getting back points now with 1:22 left here in the period. Byram trying to kick out of it. Taking a long look is Mike Denner.
Byram just like got this inside shoulder up on top of walk-ons. Makes it hard to pin. Now, nice high crotch there by Olwine, but on the edge of the mat, but he gave it up. And Lukes gets a stalling call for holding the edge of the mat.
So it's a 5-0 lead for a walk-on after the points awarded to Frieden. Byram tries to step over, but he ran out of real estate before he did it. He does get the escape, though, and it's 5-1 with 53 seconds left here in the period. Frieden looking for the throw again, and they go out of bounds with 42 seconds left here in the period.
You've got Austin Lukes in on a shot, but Olwine McKeeman tied it up, but Lukes come out and hit a throw of his own and put McKeeman on his back. McKeeman at the half. Trying to get up over the shoulders. He's tied up in the legs. Now McKeeman rolls him through there just as time, but time's out. He doesn't score, and Lukes gets 3 more. Makes it 12-3. And,
never a dull moment in that match over there.
No, there isn't. No. So I say this McKeeman, you know, you don't think he's got a chance to win, and then all of a sudden he's rolling somebody through, rolling Lukes through, and he's on top. Unfortunately, it's almost been happening at the end of the period.
How important is the Northeast Iowa Conference Tournament? I look in the corner. Dan McCool is here today.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, there he is. Probably one of the premier sports writers of all time.
And he unfortunately worked for a company that let him go.
Yeah, that's right.
And frankly, the Register sports section hasn't been the same since.
No, it hasn't. That's for sure.
5-1 the lead for Frieden as we start the second period.
That's out of bounds.
He gets a reversal now on the Waverly Showrock wrestler Byram, so Frieden now goes up 7-1 here in the second period. Byram able to get to his feet, turn and face, and get the escape to make it 7-2 with 1:39 left here in the second period.
And we've got Lukes and McKeeman all tied up on their feet here. And somebody, nice high crotch on the part of McKeeman. Locks up around the waist like he'd like a throw, but Lukes goes to his knees, and McKeeman scores 2, makes it 12-6 now.
Stalemate called on mat number 2 with 1:22 left in the second period. 7-2 the lead for Joe Frieden, trying to become a walk-on's first finalist of the day. You're in the finals at 82 on.
And McKeeman nice Lukes up, makes it 13-6. We know McKeeman would like a throw, and so does Nick Heeman, and he's out there hollering at Lukes to stay out of those throws, and Lukes is backing up, and he gets a stalling call that gives McKeeman 1 point. Lukes goes in on a shot now. They go out of bounds, and there'll be no points there. So it's 13-7 right now. 32 seconds left.
Both men looking for throws over here as now Byram has Frieden on his back with 50 seconds left in the period. Byram has Frieden on his back. Byram here at 170, and Frieden able to belly out of it. The 3 points awarded to Byram, and we've got a 7-7 match here at 170.
And we've got a warning on Lukes now. That gives McKeeman 2 points, makes it 13-9. Now Lukes hits a headlock, but McKeeman tries to roll him through, but they come back up in a neutral position. Now Lukes pushes him back over, no points scored, end up 13-9. Alex Lukes over Robbie McKeeman, but what a match.
And a late reversal here for Frieden from walk-on, and Frieden goes up 9-7, and that's how we will have it as we head to the third period. So Alex Lukes becomes the 5th finalist for New Hampton today. Byram will take down to start the third period against Frieden. Joe Frieden of Waukon leading 9-7 here in the semis at 170.
And we're at 195, Mat 2.
Here's a headlock, a reversal, a cradle, and out over the chest is Byram, and Byram gets the fall. Byram got a quick reversal and gets the fall in 4:16 on Frieden, so Byram on to the finals for Waverly Shellrock.
And that was probably Waukon's best shot at a finalist. He led most of the match. You got to give Waverly credit, though, for fighting back. Now we've got Zach Lamphir at 195 over here. 42-1 for Olwine against Trevor Trendy. 21-21 for Crestwood. Lamphir with a quick takedown, leading 2-0.
Waverly Shellrock now with 6 in the finals. And over here at 182, it's Jacob Eggleston of Waverly Shellrock and Andy Lillegraven of Decorah. Both men with 19 and 17 records.
Lamphir got a cradle out to the side, trying to pull Trendy back over. Now he's pulling him over, but doesn't get him past the 45, so not to get any points out of it. Now he rolls the cradle through, and now he gets 2 count. He's got 4-0 lead right now. Then 2 back points. Zach Lamphir, senior from Crestwood, or from Olwine. Tough wrestler.
.53 seconds left here in the first period at 182. Andy Lillegraven, the 3 seed for Decorah, and Jacob Eggleston of Waverly Shellrock. And no score, no man has been in on a real shot yet.
We go to the second period. Cresco defers. Lamphir from Olwine goes down. 4-0 lead. Trendy covers. Trendy gets a caution for not putting the hand on the back of the elbow. Nice switch attempt by Lamphir. Goes to a stand-up. And leads 5-0.
No score at the end of the first period between Eggleston and Lillegraven here at 182.
Lamphir with a collar tie. Trying to make a shot to the leg. Nothing happens. Got a front headlock and they go out of bounds.
Lamphir, we mentioned Olwine had the top seed at 70 with Duffy. In fact, Olwine had 3 top seeds here today. That hasn't happened in forever.
No, that hasn't. I can't. You'd have to go back to probably the mid 1980s, maybe.
Lillegraven started in the down position, a scramble situation, but no points awarded either way. Now the Waverly Shellrock wrestler Eggleston trying to cradle up Andy. Andy able to get to his base. Now Eggleston tries to get a leg in, but is riding pretty high.
Nice slide by on the part of Lamphir there to score, makes it 9-1.
Eggleston has a leg in, trying to turn Andy over. Andy is on his back. Eggleston getting back points as we speak right now. 1:10 left in the period. Eggleston able to get 2 back points and a potentially dangerous call on Eggleston. So 2 back points awarded to Eggleston. It's a 2-0 lead as we will restart with 1:08 left in the second period. Last time Olwine had 3 seeds, probably Keith Pullman was coaching them, I'd imagine.
No, might even been before that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Here's Eggleston trying to tilt Andy once again here.
In fact, I think Pullman inherited the Olwine program, and they were down so far they didn't even wrestle a varsity schedule.
Wow.
Just went to straight JV.
Here is Eggleston stepping over. He's got Andy on his back. 48 seconds left here in the period. Andy trying to bridge out of it. but Eggleston does get the fall. Eggleston gets the fall at 182 pounds in 3 minutes and 19 seconds, and he will move on to the finals at 182. And Little Graven will move to the back side of the bracket.
Both Eggleston, a sophomore, got one more year on, but almost equal records. But obviously a lot tougher.
So Waverly Shell Rock with 7 wrestlers in the
right now it's 9-2.
Finals here this afternoon.
Over Trendy.
They just announced that they will wrestle the consolation semifinals and then take the break here this afternoon. So we are 3 hours into our day. Glad you're with us at KDECradio.com. Darren Swenson and Dave Omdahl with you for the Northeast Iowa Conference Wrestling Tournament, the 68th annual edition.
Right there on the edge of the mat. And they go back up.
And now at 195, Jameer Moore has Nick Jacobs on it of Charles City on his back. Moore for Waverly Shell Rock. With 1:10 left here in the first period. Has a leg in, but Jacobs able to escape. And a 3-point move for Moore to make it 7-1. An escape to Jacobs that makes it 7-2.
We've got Zach Lamphere in the third period, 51 seconds left, an 11-2 lead over Trevor Trendy from Cresco. Lamphere just really tough, doesn't make many mistakes, follows behind nicely, comes over the hips, they go out of bounds, and Trendy's going to get one as they go out to make it 11-3.
And here's Moore with a big throw on Jacobs. 40 seconds left here in the period. Jacobs trying to bridge out of it. He's got it in tight with 30 seconds left here in the period. Mike Denner down taking a long look, and there's the fall. Jameer Moore, yet another finalist for Waverly Shell Rock, as they put another kid into the finals in a fall in 143.
And we got Lamphere with the takedown to make it 13-3. He's down in a front headlock situation and just shucked Trendy by.
So, now 8 in the finals for Waverly Shell Rock. And Lamphere becomes the 4th finalist for Owine here. So here over on my mat here, we're at 285. Carter Zidlicki of Decorah and Henry Horan of Owine. Zidlicki gets a quick takedown to go up by a 2-0 margin. Zid trying to become the 3rd finalist for Decorah this afternoon. And looks like you're at 220.
220. Travis McMillan. Owine comes in 39-1 against Caleb Rinken, Waverly Shell Rock 11-16. McMillan, the number 1 seed, and he goes in on a double first takedown. And he's trying to get the arm in get a head in the armpit. And along with a tight waist, trying to get that arm up over his head to go around for what we call a scarf. He's got it, and he put the half in as he come over the head, and he's getting back points right now.
Here's Carter spinning around, getting some back points on Horan here at 285 pounds. 53 seconds left in the period. He's got the arms tied up. He steps over the head. Now he's had him flat for a second. He steps out chest to chest. Horan able to roll through, and he's going to get out of it. Carter gets 2 back points out of all that. And it's a 4-0 lead for Carter Zidlicki. 35 seconds left here in the period.
Carter's just got to watch out for the rolls. Had he been down at his regular weight 220, we've got good kid from Charles City, Malloy, 28-4. Got Noah Hopp at 27-14, the 3rd seed, and McMillan 39-1 at the top seed. So we got some pretty good kids at 220.
And we go out of bounds with 11.1 seconds to wrestle here in the first period. Carter Zidlicki leading by a 4-0 margin.
Yeah,
We get 46 seconds left the first period, and McMillan still leading 5-0.
After the break, they'll do a 56-point
Zidlicki still riding tough up top as Horan trying to pop his head here, but Zidlicki still in that top position and doesn't lose control in the remaining seconds of the period. A 4-0 lead for Zidlicki as we go to period number 2.
And Zidlicki will win this if he doesn't get caught up in a roll and get pinned.
But let's face it, we've seen Zid do that before.
That can happen. That's right. That's right.
And with a undersized heavyweight like Zid is, and Horan probably goes at least 260, 265. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out as Horan starts in the down position.
Zidlicki's far and away the superior wrestler, and he's out to the side and over the head now. Now he's getting under the arm, trying to take him to his back, and there Horan rolls through. On mat 2 here, we're still 7-0. We're 7-0 now. McMillan, and he decides we're going to go on our feet.
Zidlicki needs to get a bit more off to the side here to keep Greg Becker from picking on him too much here.
And out to the side is the safest place to avoid the roll. And we go out of bounds here on that 2.
Now Carter's starting to work an arm up on the back, trying to work through the crotch here, trying to go with the wing and a wrist. He's trying to step over, and he's got it. Horan trying to fight it off, but Carter still has that wing and a wrist. He's got Horan on his back here with 53 seconds left in the period. He's got the full allotment of back points.
And we've got a takedown by McMillan here on Rinkin. And Waverly Shell Rocket, he got the fall. So they're leading 9-0. Travis McMillan from O-line gets the fall over Caleb Rinkin.
And Zidlicki just got the fall in 3:22. And McMillan gets the fall there at in 3:23. So McMillan moves on to the finals at 2:20 for O-line. And Zidlicki onto the finals for Decorah, becoming the third finalist for the Vikings today.
And I've got 2:20, the other semifinal. Noah Hopp, the third seed for New Hampton, 27-14 against Aaron Malloy, 28-4, a sophomore from Charles City.
So 5 finalists for O-line today. And forever since that happened, as Philip Eady and Cole Parmalee now wrestling in the backside of the bracket at 103 on my mat. So we've got, I think, one more semifinal to go. That will be Tupee of Charles City and Iverson of Crestwood.
And we've got Hopp and Malloy, both sophomores, both pretty well-built kids. Pretty good 2:20 match here.
Eady with the 2-0 lead on Parmalee, working off to the side.
And I think Hopp has a brother down at
Logan.
down Upper Iowa. Logan doing a great job.
Here's an escape for Parmalee, but Eady able to take him right back down to the mat, and Philip takes a 4-1 lead as he tries to move on to the third place bout this afternoon.
And this will be good if he can establish domination over Parmalee, because they'll probably meet
a time or two.
Yeah. Well, probably in sectionals next week.
I mean, you could argue that this, I don't know about the other teams that are in the sectional, but this might be for the 2 seed next week.
This will be the semifinal in the sectional. Yeah, this will be the semifinal in the sectional. And the winner of this match then next week will go on and meet Kenton Cresco there. Here we've got Malloy, Charles City. He tried to take down Hopp, New Hampton, stuffed his head. They come back to the feet.
And by the way, since we talked about a close team race right now, Waverly Shellrock with the round they just had has established a pretty good advantage, 169.5 points. New Hampton second with 136. O-line is in third with 119. Crestwood in fourth with 112.5. Decorah in fifth with 99. Charles City in sixth with 89. And Walk-On in seventh with 40 right now.
How long has it been since O-line was ahead of Crisco at this point.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
And you know what? Credit the community for really taking wrestling seriously.
Coach Castley and his staff have done a great job of it got to be hard to bring a team back from as far down as they were.
Philip Eady with a 5-1 lead at the start of the second period now on Parmalee, and Eady with yet another takedown, and he leads Parmalee by a 7-1 margin.
We went 0-0 first period. Malloy started down, come up, got this quick escape. Minute 44 seconds left the second period. Aaron Malloy leading Noah Hop 1-0. Malloy in for a takedown, but Hop throws him to his back as they go out of bounds, but doesn't get any points for it. And they're going to bring back neutral.
.120 left here in the second period. Eady just taking care of business against Parmalee right now. Winner of this one will wrestle for third this afternoon against Derek Wyatt of Waverly Shellrock in a 5-man bracket. Loser of this will get fifth this afternoon. As a stalemate called with 1:05 left here in the second period. Philip Eady leading by a 7-1 margin.
And we're still 1-0. Aaron Malloy ahead of Noah Hop. Malloy in on a takedown. He's got the good hip control, and he drops Hop to the mat just right out of bounds. But Malloy his feet still in, so he's going to go ahead 3-0.
Charles City trying to get their third finalist of the day. New Hampton has 5, Waverly Shellrock with 8, Crestwood with 3, Decorah with 3.
Malloy gets a caution.
And a potentially dangerous call on Philip Eady with 37 seconds.
Hop tries to get up. Malloy covers him. Hop's on his feet now, looking for hand control. Hop locks up behind him. They go toward the edge of the mat. Hop still struggling. Malloy drops down on a leg, dumps Hop to his backside, and Hop's now out of bounds. Malloy's still on the mat, and they go out of bounds.
20 seconds left in the second period over here. Eady with the arm up on the back. Parmalee reaches back and tries to headlock Philip. Philip steps through, puts Parmalee on his back. 10 seconds left in the period. Philip getting back points at this time, and there's the fall. As Philip Eady gets the fall in 3:56, he will wrestle for third against Derek Wyatt of Waverly Shellrock.
Ramsey walk on, Joe Kanoki Decorah. Ramsey walk on, Kanoki Decorah. You're up on mat 1.
So,
Hop comes to his feet for a quick escape, makes it 3-1. Hop in on a shot and gets the takedown. That's going to tie it up 3-3. Nice shot on the escape there. Noah Hop.
113. We move on to 113 right now. This will be Joe Kanoki of Decorah and Miles Ramsey of Walk On in the consolation semis at 113 on the mat to my right.
We've got Malloy came to his knees there, turned into Hop for the escape. Now he's using a 2-on-1 Russian tie. So Malloy leads 4-3 as the second period winds down.
Ryan Steffen of Crestwood will face the winner of Kanoki and Ramsey for third this afternoon. The loser of this will automatically get fifth in a 5-man bracket.
And Hop's choice is going down behind 4-3. And we've got Hop to his feet trying to break hand control. Oh, nice lift by Malloy, strong boy. And brings Hop back to the mat, but he brought it back to his hands and knees. Hop still going to scramble out here. Spiral ride on the part of Malloy. It's Hop extended now.
Kanoki with the 2-0 lead on Ramsey, trying to cradle him up, trying to get that arm up on the back. Now goes for the far side wrist. Won't be able to get that done, but 45 seconds left in the second period. Joe with a 2-0 lead.
And we've got Malloy on top now, leading 4-3. Hop comes up in a tripod, isn't moving his feet though. Malloy locks up a cradle there, takes Hop backwards, but out of bounds, so there'll be no point scored. We'll come back to the center of the mat with Hop still down. Looks like Malloy maybe dinged something. He was slow to get up. We're going to call for injury time. Looks like a knee there. They've got a knee with a pad on it, and he's favoring that knee.
8 seconds left here in the period. Here's Kanoki trying for a cross face. Couldn't keep the grip there, but steps through and stays in control in the top position as we go to the second period. Kanoki at 113 trying to move on to the third place match with a 2-0 lead on Miles Ramsey. And Joe will start down to start the second period. They continue to have injury time over there on your mat, Dave.
Yeah, he's got a knee here of Aaron Malloy. It's a little hard to stand on. He's ahead 4-3 right now.
Joe with a quick escape at the start of period number 2. He goes up by a 3-0 advantage. He's down to a leg on Ramsey once again, able to cover both legs and gets the takedown. So Joe goes up by a 5-0 margin here at 113.
Keith Garman over there taking a look at it. Keith, new coach at Charles City this year. I think he's trying to walk it off. Got to be just about a minute and a half. Got to be just about up here. Officials looking at it. Official Eric Ackerman going to tell him injury time, cut it, coming back, center of the mat, can't be much left.
And now Joe has Ramsey on his back, getting back points with 57 seconds left here in the second period.
Hop comes up.
Get awarded the 3 back points, and it's an 8-0 lead for Kanoki.
Hops away, makes it 4-4. Malloy coming around behind. He got Hop on his hands and knees, comes around behind but for 2. Moving pretty good on that sore knee. And
33 seconds left here in the period, an 8-0 lead for Joe Kanoki here at 113.
Aaron Malloy, Charles City, 6-4 lead over Noah Hop with 36 seconds left. And Hop gets a point there on the edge of the mat, so it's 6-5 right now. So 31 seconds left for Noah Hop to go to the finals.
6 seconds left here in the second period. Joe is going to lead 8-0 as we go to the third period at 113. Kanoki over Ramsey of walk-on.
And Malloy doing a good job of standing in there. In fact, pushing Hop back. Still got a little limp.
Ramsey starting in the down position to start the third period. Kanoki directly down to a leg.
And Hop made a shot, but Malloy drives him backwards and drives him to his back. So he's got to take down. So he's gonna end up 8-5 for Aaron Malloy, Charles City over Noah Hop.
On deck mat 2, Carter Hupka Decora, Tristan Hansmeyer.
And Joe with a reversal to make it 10-0 here at 220 pounds. And now he's got his man on his back once again. Aaron Malloy becomes the third finalist for Charles City today.
And we're going to come to 285 over here. We're going to see Alan Iverson.
Joe has Ramsey on his back once again.
For Crestwood again.
He's got 2 points awaiting for him, and if he loses this grip, it'll be a tech fall. But Denner's going to let him work for the fall here with 52 seconds left here in the period. And there's the 2 points awarded, and that will be the technical fall. 5-12, time of the tech fall for Joe Kanoki over Miles Ramsey. He will wrestle for third this afternoon against Ryan Steffen of Crestwood.
We got Alan Iverson, Crestwood, against Brody Tupy from Charles City. Tupy the third seed, 22-11. And Alan Iverson the second seed, 15-8.
This is the last semifinal that is on the mat right now.
So we talk about that 5th and 6th place match.
It'll either be Crestwood's fourth finalist or Charles City's fourth finalist.
And they go out of bounds. Minute 16 left. Tupy made kind of a shot to left leg of Iverson, but Iverson stepped back out of it. Tied up pretty much forehead to forehead here. Tupi generally moving into Allen Iverson. Tupi facing the outside edge of the mat now. Circles, begin to circles in. Pushes a little bit on Iverson. Iverson doing a lot of backing up here.
Winner of that one will get Carter Zidlicky in the finals.
And of course Iverson with the second seed. But Brody Tupi 22-11, so that's not a whole lot different than 15-8. So
Keaton Gertz and Nate Lazure wrestling one another here at 120 pounds off to our right. Gertz with a 2-0 lead. Lazure lost in the third sudden victory to Carter Hubka in the first round earlier today. Before Hubka loses to Brandon Mayer of Crestwood.
We've still got the big boys pushing back and forth here. Nothing with 2 seconds left. Iverson finally got inside of Tupi and pushed him out of bounds. Now Iverson tries to grab his head when he throw a headlock or something, but there was no time here. Red's choice, he defers. Iverson goes down. Iverson from Crestwood set. Tupi on top. Iverson turns in, comes up in tripods. Feet aren't moving, no. Just come up in a tripod sitting there. Tupi brings him back to the mat. And Tupi covered on behind. Iverson mostly just basing out, comes up with an outside leg. It's a pushback. Tupi covers that side. Tupi pretty mobile back there, going from side to side. Tries a cradle, but Iverson gets his leg back. Iverson tries some hand control there. He gets called on the bottom for stalling. And probably a good call. Now he comes to his feet and he's out. The referee was right after all.
So Tanguy Gertz now with a 4-0 lead on Nate Lazure of Charles City as we go to the second period and the semifinals here at 120 pounds. By the way, of the 27 finalists to this point, not counting this match, 23 have been 1 or 2 seeds. So seeding meeting went well.
Apparently, yep. Yeah. Good job.
I'll still take Dave Omdahl running one.
Yeah, well, I think we come pretty close last year.
Yep.
Too much different. And again, the round robin schedule amongst the teams.
Hard not to
get it pretty right. Hard seeds are the first of the year when nobody's wrestled anybody yet. And there's where you get the 4 seeds beating 1 seeds and 3rd seeds end up winning it. And so, not so much now, this time of the year.
Gertz now has an 8-1 lead on Nate Lazure on mat number 1 in the consolation semifinals at 120 pounds. This will be a weight class where there will actually be a 5th place match. After the break this afternoon, they will have all the 5th place matches, and then we'll be ready for championship wrestling.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll wrestle 3rds and 1st same time and alternate mats. And we're still 1-0 over here. Iverson it's Iverson ahead. Now we've got Tupi going down. Start 3rd period. Iverson had 1-0 on the basis of his escape. Now Tupi's to his feet. Got the hands broke. Iverson's hanging on one leg. Tupi gets the hands back. Tupi comes around behind. He gets a reversal. Makes it 2-1. Tupi's favor. Brody Tupi over Allen Iverson. Iverson's going to come to his feet here. Tupi got behind him, but he never broke him down. Now Tupi's broken down to his hands and knees. And because you don't need to take a guy to the mat on a reversal. You do on a takedown, but not a reverse. Tupi trying to drive Iverson to his back. Iverson started to turn into him, thought better of it, bellied back out again. And And we got Tupi riding pretty high here. A lot of pressure over on Iverson's back there. Iverson reaches back for a leg. That seldom goes anywhere. Tupi just straightens it out again.
1:51 left here in the third period. Keaton Gertz leading right now by a count of 10-2. He's up to major decision level against Nate Lasher of Charles City. And Lasher backing off the mat, going to get hit for stalling.
Tupi came out to the front too far, and Iverson come up for the escape, makes it 2-2. It's going down to the last takedown. 49 seconds left. Either somebody gets a takedown or we go to overtime. If we go to overtime, Tupi tried a headlock, but he slipped over the top of the head. Iverson come up behind, Iverson tried the headlock. Bad headlock try. Tupi simply slipped it and come up behind, got the takedown lead, so he leads 4-2 now.
Gertz now leading by a 12-2 margin on Lasher of Charles City. Gertz now with a headlock. 1 minute left here in the third period. Gertz has Lasher on his back. 53 seconds left here in the period. Gertz stepping over the head, and there's the fall. Keaton Gertz with a fall in 5-13 over Nate Lasher.
And that ends the match. 4-2. The third seed, Brandon Tupi, will defeat Alan Iverson. And Iverson tried several headlocks earlier in that match, and he tried that last one too many times. Sometimes you live by the headlock, you die by the headlock. And we've got Brandon Tupi going out from Charles City going into the finals. Brody Tupi, excuse me.
So, Waverly Shellrock 8 finalists, Owine with 5, New Hampton with 5, Charles City with 4, Decorah with 3, and Crestwood with 3. We're in the Conci semis at 126 right now. This is Jake Kewins of Owine and Colin Coda of Walk-On. You got Carter Hupka
120
at 120 there.
And Carter against
Kristen
Hansmeyer Walk-On. Carter in on a single, head inside single. Hansmeyer with the whizzer. Carter got to take him backwards. He's got the leg out from between the crotch. Carter takes him to the mat. And 2-point takedown. And Carter Hubka leads Tristan Hansmeyer.
Charles City in fourth place, tied for fourth place with 112.5 points. Crestwood and Decorah. In third place with 121 points, Owine. In second place with 143 points, New Hampton. In first place with 169.5 points.
A 2-0 lead over here on mat number 1 for the Owine wrestler.
And Carter Hubka up 5-0 now with some back points over Tristan Hansmeyer. Got a little caution here as far as where the hand on the navel. Guess Carter thought the navel was a little over to the side a little more. Started with a tight waist. Got him a caution. Got a leg in now on top. And stretching Hansmeyer out. Still right. Put a little leg pressure on. Needs to thread a half through, but Hansmeyer's keeping hand control there from the bottom. Doesn't not letting Carter thread that half. Now Carter comes up to try to get the arm up on the back, riding the wrist. Now it comes across with a crossface. Drives that crossface. Couldn't quite get chest to chest though. Now he comes up, tries to pull the wrist, and now he comes up in the crotch, breaking Hansmeyer down. Carter still across the leg, got the leg tied up. Looks like he's looking for a cradle, but hard to get the head down there. And Hansmeyer's working pretty hard on hand control.
By the way, Kewins of Owine leading at the start of the second period on Coda by a count of 4-0.
And end of the period, it looks like it's Carter's choice. He defers. Hansmeyer's going up. Been down long enough. And Hansmeyer starts on top, breaks Carter down. Carter's got to get back to his base. And the other mat, 126. Looks like we got Old-Line riding tough with a 6-0 lead.
That's the Kewins kid at 126, leading Callan Cota of Walk-On. So Carter Hupka trying to move on to the third place match for Decorah this afternoon. Again, the finalists by school this afternoon: Waverly Shellrock with 8, New Hampton with 5, Oline with 5, Charles City with 4, Crestwood and Decorah with 3 apiece. Kewen still leading by a 2-0 margin with 40 seconds left in the second period.
And now we got...
or a 6-0 margin.
Yeah, now we got Carter with Hansmeyer on his back, and he gets the fall with 56 seconds left in the second period. So Carter Hubka will move on to face Keaton Geertz in the for third place.
And if he can win that, he can wrestle above his seed.
Yep.
Mitchell Snicker, Walk-On, Chase Hershey, Old-Line. And the whole back to Cole Christopher, Decorah, Jake Nitro.
All right, let's. We're still at 126 here into the second period. It is Kewins of Oline leading Cota of Walk-On by a 6-0 margin. And you've got 126 Connor Slivka, the number 2 seed, who lost to Keegan Tengi of New Hampton. He is taking on Dakota Hewitt of Charles City.
And we've got Hubka in on the shot. No score yet. Or Slivka. Slivka on a shot. Now he gets it. And so Slivka on a shot. Dakota Hewitt. So Slivka leading 2-0. Slivka riding pretty tough on top. An arm caught there, called potentially dangerous.
Kewen still leading by an 8-0 margin. Now 1:30 left here in the third period. We're in the consolation semifinal round of things here this afternoon. Glad you're with us.
And we've got
from New Hampton.
Slivka with Hewitt's arm up behind his back. Coming out to the side now, run it over the head. Got a 1 count. Hewitt belly back out again. Slivka's got to get a little farther out over now. He's got the 2 count. And Hewitt got his arm free, but Slivka come around the head again. And when he came around the head, then he caught Hewitt flat on his back. And so we've got Connor Slivka winning by a fall.
And Jake Kewins at the same moment for Oline wins by a fall over Colin Cota of Walk-On. So it'll be Slivka and Kewins for the third place match here this afternoon at the Northeast Iowa Conference Wrestling Tournament.
And of course, Slivka the 2nd seed and Kewins was the 3rd seed.
So one man can wrestle to his seed. One man cannot.
We're going to 132 here.
Over on this mat, it'll be Chase Lenhart of Crestwood and Tyler Shattuck of New Hampton.
And we've got Hershey from Oline. And he's wrestling Snitker, Mitchell Snitker from, or no,
yeah, Mitchell Snitker of Walk-On, because he lost to Sands in the semifinals.
Right. Yeah.
So.
And we've got Snitker with the takedown over Hershey.
2-1 lead for Chase Lenhart on Shattuck over here. Lenhart in on another shot. Trying to get that leg up in the air. reaching for the second leg and trying to pull in the leg of Shattuck. He covers it up and gets the takedown to make it a 4-1 lead for Chase Lenhart.
We got Hershey trying to switch, but Snitker's across the legs. Hard to switch when the guy's over your legs, and Hershey bails out back to his belly. Snitker walk on up 2-0. £132 semifinal here in the consolation round. 132 pounds.
And a 3-2 lead here for Lenhart with 32 seconds left here in the period.
We've got Snitker trying to cradle. Hershey tried to block, pulled his arm through, should have blocked it, but instead of a straight arm, he got his elbow right down by his head, allowed Snitker to keep that cradle. Now Snitker's moved up to the head, and he's got a half. Got a reverse half here on the head, and he's putting a lot of pressure on the shoulders. Now he comes with a straight half, coming over the head, but Hershey pops his head out. Hershey should have blocked that cradle if he'd have just got that arm out wide instead of he bent his elbow and got it right beside Snitker's head and let Snitker come through with it.
Again, a lot of points to be gained here on the backside of the bracket. The Waverly Shellrock Go-Hawks were leading into this team round. We'll give you another update when we can because things change so rapidly. Team score right now, there's really no point in giving you an update, at least at this moment.
1 point escape for Hershey there on the edge of the mat.
Lenhart leading 4-2 on Shattuck here in the Consi semis at 132.
Back to neutral position, second period. Both boys tied up ear to ear, not much happening here. Hershey makes a shot at an ankle pick, but now she tries a headlock. Mitchell Snitker, pretty good job of locking up on that headlock. They're out of bounds though, but you can see that Snitker's looks pretty good at the countering the headlock.
Lenhart still leading 4-2 with 1 minute left here in the second period. Lenhart trying to move on to the third place match and equal his seed today.
Now we've got Snitker's headgear pulled down over his eyes, but he's got underhook and there you blew the whistle. Both Snitker and Hershey out the center of the mat, head to head. Chase Hershey, 20-23 record. Mitchell Snitker, 22-15.
Lenhart gets a takedown now, is tilting Shattuck on his back. 15 seconds left here in the period. He has 3 back points waiting for him.
Double by Snitker, but Hershey sprawled. Snitker moved to a single. Come back to their feet now.
And Lenhart will lead 9-2 as we head to the third period. Chase Lenhart of Crestwood and Tyler Shattuck of New Hampton here at 132 pounds.
Snitker trying to jack up double underhooks and throw Hershey to the mat, and he does. And they right at the edge of the mat, and he has Hershey upside down, but he's got to pull him back on to get any back points. But there's Snitker's leading. They got 8-0 up on the board. Hershey comes back, starts down with 11 seconds left to go in the second period. Hershey tries to switch, so Snitker just goes across both of his legs. And now Hershey picked up a leg and come through and runs out of time.
Lenhart with another takedown for Crestwood. Now he's moved to major decision level for the Cadets as they lead it by an 11-2 margin as they go out of bounds with 1:21 left here in the third period. By the way, David, we got some subs directly behind you if you want to take a little bit of a break there. So.
I thought it smelled like they were baking up here.
Well, you know.
Somebody was cooking.
Yeah. Kelly O'Donnell taking good care of us over here
wonderful.
at New Hampton.
Wonderful. We've got third period starts now with Hershey on top. Hershey's got Snicker pretty well spread out. Hershey a senior, Snicker a freshman. But Hershey not putting any leg pressure. He's got the leg in, but he doesn't have his back arch.
Lenhart leading by 11-2 margin over here. 42 seconds left here in the period.
Yeah, it looks like we got potentially dangerous there. Leg got twisted up. Still 8-0 here, I guess, Snicker Hershey. And Snicker to his feet, trying to get hand control. Hershey now he's got hand control, breaks away. Hershey makes a dive at a double, and Snicker still has his leg. Can't go around with the guys holding on to your leg, and then so Snicker steps over, comes across, got Hershey in a bad way. All Snicker's got to do is get an arm through here. Snicker, Hershey stuck a leg in, and looks like Snicker maybe should be in control, but it looks like Hershey should be in control. But look, Snicker could pop his head out, and if he did, he'd be on top. So the referee wouldn't call anything. They went out of bounds, and so it's still 9.
Chase Lenhart of Crestwood wins by a major decision, 11-2 over Tyler Shattuck of New Hampton. Shattuck moves on to the 5th place match, and Lenhart moves on to the 3rd place match. As we move on to 138 right now. This will be Pekanowski of Crestwood and Isaiah Mitchell of Decorah.
Takedown for 2 and 3 back for Snicker here, leading 13-0 now. It looks like he's maybe trying to work a cradle, but getting a little high. He catches, still got the leg in, catches Snicker's head, takes him to his back again, and this is going to be an error. This is going to be a tech. If he doesn't pin him, he's moved to a headlock, and he got the fall with no time on the clock.
A 6-minute flat fall for Snicker of walk-on.
So an extra 2 points there with basically no time on the clock.
Yep. And I guess you could argue it's an extra half a point because it would have been a tech.
Would have been a tech, that's true.
Nonetheless,
it would have been a tech.
You know me and my technicalities,
that's okay.
and
that's okay.
You are the same way, my friend.
There'll be 2 in the scoreboard, but there would have been 1.5. Yeah, 2 in the scorebook.
So Trey Pekanowski leading Isaiah Mitchell right now by a 4-1 margin on mat number 1 off to our right, and you'll be up here at 45 with Cole Christopher of Decorah and Jake Nickel of Charles City.
Hot off the presses, new
brackets.
New
wow.
brackets.
Oh, they are treating us well here.
And 145. And Christopher initial.
Pekanowski leading by a 4-1 margin here with 15 seconds left here at 138. Christopher on the mat at 145 scoreless over there on mat number 2.
With minute 19 left to go. And there we go, Mitchell around behind for a 2-point takedown. Mitchell's up to his feet and escape. Score 2-1, 50 seconds left. Mitchell makes Christopher makes a long shot. Mitchell blocks it. Christopher pretty well extended. He's coming up, keeping his knees moving. Now Mitchell kind of throws him to his back, but Christopher comes back up. No points. Christopher going to end up with 2 here. And he's got him. Nice job of driving through by Cole Christopher.
Pekanowski now has Isaiah Mitchell on his back with 1:17 left here in the second period. Trey Pekanowski has Mitchell pretty much flat with 1:03 left here in the period, and there's the fall. Trey Pekanowski for Crestwood wins in 2:57 over Isaiah Mitchell of Decorah, so Pekanowski moves on to the third place match. Isaiah will wrestle for 5th.
Coach Sock with me over to check the score here. It should be 3-2, but it is. Christopher ahead 3. Christopher with an escape and a takedown. Mitchell with the first escape. Mitchell to his feet. Christopher down on a leg, not giving it up. Hanging on to that leg. He's got to hang on to that leg for one more second, and he does. And we no points there. What a gutsy way to end the period. To lead 3-2.
And here at 1:38, the quick fall for Waverly Shellrock's Dalton Woodward, a 22-second fall over Nathan Benzing of Walk-On. Dalton Woodward getting some bonus points for the Go Hawks right there. And he will wrestle for 3rd, and Nathan Benzing will wrestle for 5th.
And Mitchell took down, quickly got to his feet, broke the hands, come out to face Cole Christopher, score 3-3.
So we will move on at 1:45. It'll be we're at 1:45 over there. I believe, actually, they say this is 1:38, but I don't think it is. I'll double check that here.
Charles City, New Hampton.
Yep.
And Mitchell gonna.
This is 1:52. And Brandon Childs and of New Hampton, Adam Werzer of Brandon Childs of Charles City, rather, and Adam Werzer of New Hampton.
Mitchell got kind of a cow catcher on here. Under the arm, he's got double underhooks. What he has, he comes around behind, and he's going to get 2 now. Yeah, come off the double underhooks. Now he's looking for a cradle on the near side. If he's got it locked up yet or not. Nope. Leads 5-3 now over Cole Christopher. Now he's got a cradle locked up on the near side, gives that up. Cole tries to wing him down. Cole's driving into him, but he rolled through. Now he comes up. Got one of Mitchell's arms tied up. Mitchell comes back up on top. A lot of action there, but no points scored.
A 4-1 lead here at 152 pounds with Brandon Childs of Charles City leading Adam Werzer of New Hampton at 152.
Now, if he'd have winged him and kept his belly down, he might have got something out of that, but he winged and rolled, and Mitchell just rolled with him. Third period, Coach Adams comes out and gives him a little advice. Going down.
Of course, a family affair with Coach Adams. His brother-in-law is Nick Heeman, the head coach at New Hampton.
Yeah.
Little Riceville Osage.
Riceville Osage here. Mitchell on top. Mitchell, a senior, has been in the lineup a long time. A wrestling family from Charles City. Christopher up on his feet. Mitchell got that near side cradle on. And a reverse cradle. Now he brings him back. And he's getting back points. Christopher doing a lot of kicking and fighting. Mitchell adjusting. Christopher's pretty close to having his shoulder down. It's one of the situations hard for the official to see it. Mitchell has adjusted pretty well. And he got the fall.
And 4:45 the time of that fall.
Okay.
So Christopher will wrestle for 5th. And over here on mat number 1 at 152 pounds, it is a 6-2 lead for Brandon Childs on Adam Werzer.
Looks like we've got another 145-pound semi here. Benzing from Waukon and Bading from New Hampton. Adam Benzing was just 4th seed, actually, 28-7 record. And Bading was 19-23 and unseeded.
Another takedown here over here on mat number 1 for Brandon Childs. Childs now leading Wurzer by an 8-3 margin at 152.
A little shot by Benzing. Bading blocked it. Benzing with an underhook. Now they break the edge of the mat. Come back to the center. Benzing in deep on a shot, head inside single. Bringing it up, tips Bading back to the mat. Kind of loses him, but comes back on top. Good recovery by Benzing. Knows where he's at. Benzing riding on top now. Bading trying to get to his feet. Benzing brings us back down, tries to chop the arm. Benzing riding with a tight waist. Keeping pretty good hip pressure into him along with a tight waist. Tries to step up to a leg inside, doesn't work. Bading pretty good job of keeping the leg out. Bading extended now, flat. Benzing a lot of top pressure, trying to get a wrist, right in the wrist, trying to get the wrist brought through. Trying to bring the wrist through. Just about got that right wrist through now. Got the leg, both legs in. Arching his back, Benzing pretty tough with the legs. Did a good job arching his back.
Blood time over here on mat number 1 with Childs leading Wurzer by a 10-3 margin.
End of the first period, 2-0. Benzing, he defers. Bading decides we'll go to neutral. Caution on Benzing, quick start. And the official blows his whistle from clear back at the edge of the mat. I don't know what he's thinking. The official is actually supposed to be between the wrestlers when he blows the whistle. That's in the rule book. But Ackerman must have forgot that one. And the reason for that...
Now you're back to...
there we go, that's right. And the reason for that is there was a kid down to Davenport, one of the Davenport schools, that just all season he'd take a shot at the lower leg of the guy opposite of him, and maybe he'd blow the guy's knee out, maybe he'd get a caution. And the odds were definitely in his favor. So Rules Committee changed that, made it mandatory for the official to stand between the kids when the whistle's blown. And that puts an end to that, if they do it. So here we go, both head to head. They're both kind of down on their knees now, tied up here. Collar ties, nothing's going anywhere here. And
there's Childs has Wurzer on his back now.
Now we got blood time, Benzing.
Leg in, cross face in for Childs. Doesn't quite have the shoulder on the mat now. 10 seconds left here in the period. Childs lets go of the grip, and it's a 15-4 lead for Childs. And that's the way it will be at the end of the period number 2. And third period underway as Childs will start in the down position against Wurzer. Wurzer trailing by a 15-4 margin. Childs able to get away to make it 16-4.
And we've got over here
Childs in on an underhook and a shot. They go out of bounds with 1:27 left here in the period.
And Benzing still ahead 2-0 off that first period takedown. Hasn't been able to get anything in the second period. Looks at the clock. It's 27 seconds left. I'm sure he'll go down in the third period, try to raise that lead to 4-0, 3-0. And right We're going 9 seconds left.
Childs has Wurzer on his back here at 52. Once again, 58 seconds left here in the period, and Childs completes the fall in 5:03. So Childs will wrestle for third, and Wurzer will wrestle for fifth.
And Benzing started down. Tries a switch. Benzing baiting covers the legs nicely. He's still got the hand in trying to pull a switch off. Seldom works when the guy's clear across your legs. And wisely bellies out. Time to try something new. Still 2-0 Adam Benzing. Adam Benzing over Drew Beatty, New Hampton.
And you're at 145. I'm over here at 160 right now. This is Chris Guest of Crestwood and Cole Denner of New Hampton. Denner off to a quick takedown. He gets the lead.
Reversal by Guest. And we still got Baiting riding Benzing quite tough. Denner back out in front of Guest over there on the other mat.
And a 3-2 lead now for Denner as Guest got a reversal, but Denner able to get out right away. So a 3-2 lead for Cole Denner.
And Benzing comes up to his feet and makes it a 3-0 lead over Adam, over Drew Baiting. There, Benzing in on a shot, gets the takedown, makes it 5-0 over Drew Baiting, New Hampton. Adam Benzing walk on.
Three-2 lead for Denner here at 160 pounds with 45 seconds left here in the period.
We got 32 seconds left. Adam Benzing, 5-0 lead over Drew Baiting, New Hampton. Benzing on top, riding with a tight waist over the leg. Leg comes up, claw. Baiting gets to his feet. Benzing drops back to a leg though. No points scored.
Denner gets another takedown to make it a 5-2 advantage for him.
And Benzing returns Baiting to the mat. It looks like he's going to hold on to that 5-0 lead. And so Adam Benzing from walk on will face Jake Mitchell of Charles City for third. Baiting goes down to face Christopher for fifth. Christopher from Decorah.
So Benzing will wrestle for third. As you just talked about.
We go to 52 here, and we've got Blake Courtney facing Neil Clement from Cresco. Blake Courtney came in, he was seeded fifth. 8 wins, 17 losses, a freshman. Neil Clement was seeded second, 30-9, and a junior. Clement snaps Christopher down, tries to get around behind, nothing yet. Courtney still holding on to a leg. Courtney comes up, and no points.
Denner gets the fall at 160 in 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
Courtney tried a headlock there, but that's pretty hard to do on a guy that's got 30 wins. And Clement comes around the waist and takes Courtney to the mat. Took him down pretty hard. I think he probably maybe trapped Courtney's arm behind him, so Courtney's a little sore there, taking injury time right now. Scores 2-0. Neil Clement Cresco over Blake Courtney Decorah.
And Luke Dixon is up on mat number 1. He is facing Joe Frieden of Walk-On.
This was probably Walk-On's best chance to get in the finals, and barely lost it. So Clement left Courtney up to start the restart, and probably goes back in on a takedown to make this match 4-1.
And I got to do the real job here for a second, David, so you're on your own.
Okay. Well, got Dixon against Frieden over there. Nothing yet so far. Now Frieden led the Waverly Shell Rock pretty much the whole match, and then lost it at the end. Would have been Wacon's best chance for the finals. Here's Clement taking Courtney to his back, and Courtney kind of squirreled his way through, rolled through, but Clement still holding him towards the mat. Now he kicks a knee up into Courtney's underside to kind of roll the hips over. And the end of the period with the 7-1 Neil Clement over Blake Courtney. Courtney deferred. Clement goes down. Why, I'm not sure. Leading 7-1. And quick retries for a switch. That didn't work. Comes to a stand-up, and he's out for one. Now comes into the front headlock on Courtney. Now he comes around, changes that front headlock, tries to get a cradle out of it. Can't get it. Still looking for it, though. And Courtney comes up, and as he comes up, the knee comes a little closer to the head, but he gets that leg back pretty good. Pretty good job of getting the leg back, and Clement still got the front headlock tied up. On the other side, we've got a 2-point takedown by Wacon over Luke Dixon, Frieden, and leading with 13 seconds left, 2-0 at 170. Over here at 152, we've got Clement in on a takedown. He got picked up by a head inside single and took Blake Courtney to the mat for 2 more points, leading 10-1 now. We just finished the first period over here on 170. Dixon deferred, and it's Frieden's choice, and he's going to go down. And it looks like we've got a fall over here. Neil Clement over Blake Courtney. And not too surprising, as Clement was the 2nd seed in the tournament. And there we've got Frieden with a headlock on Dixon. And Dixon doing a pretty good job of fighting off his back. Probably nobody can fight off their back, the chorus squad, any better than Luke Dixon, and he does. But 3 points for a near fall for Frieden, leading 8-0 right now. On my mat over here, we're up to 160. And
Frieden up on Luke Dixon by an 8-0 margin right now.
And we've got Andrew Kokish, 3rd seed, against David Miller from Wacon. 160 pounds. Kokish was the 4th seed, rather. And Miller was not seeded. Kokish with a 14-13 record, David Miller 0-1. But David Miller, a senior. Now you got to give a senior a lot of credit. 0-1 record. He's still hanging in there.
Here's Luke Dixon's got Frieden on his back here. Yeah. 30 seconds left in the period. He was trailing 8-3. Turned him.
He's got to adjust. Got to come back and cover and adjust. And he does. He's got him covered pretty nicely.
Luke Dixon trying to get to the 3rd place match, and he got tooted in the fall in 342 rather. Luke Dixon, you're never going to count that kid out of the match.
No, you can't. I tell you, he smells blood in the water. If the other guy gets a little bit out of position, opens himself up for something, Luke will put the hammer down.
And that's exactly what he did there. He was trailing 8-0, and that's why you just got to keep wrestling, kids.
That's right. That's right.
And adults.
Yeah. Never over till it's 2 seconds left. That's all it takes for the fall.
Koresh and Miller still wrestling there on mat number 2.
And Koresh is ahead 2-1 now. He let Miller get away.
And we're up to 170 pounds right now. It's Charles City's Tanner Peterson and Javier Pinero of New Hampton.
And Andrew Kurish from Charles City is also a senior, the 14 wins, 13 losses record. So, a couple kids that obviously don't have all the talent in the world, but they're down there battling. You got to give them a lot of credit.
You bet.
It takes a lot of work. There's probably no sport in the world that I can think of that really takes the effort, the intensity that wrestling does.
And here's a headlock
easy
for Peterson. He's got Pinero on his back with 1:25 left in the period. They're at 170 pounds.
And we've got Miller.
17 left in the period. Pinero trying to fight his way out of it. Now Peterson with a bit more pressure, and there's the fall in 47 seconds as Patterson pins Pinero. Charles City over New Hampton there.
And I was just going to say David Miller from Waukon was riding a little bit tough, but he got too high, and he got high, and Andrew Korish from Charles City just slipped underneath him for the 2-point reversal to make it 4-1. 160 pounds. Consolation semis.
So we move up to 82 on my mat here. This is Robbie McKeeman, who lost 13-9 to the top seed Alex Lukes of New Hampton. McKeeman from Owine taking on Mark Farlinger, who lost to Andy Lillegraven earlier.
Now this McKeenan is quite a kid. He's a little bit like Dixon in a way. You just never know what's going to happen with him. He's dangerous. And on my mat, it's still 4-1 over here with Andrew Korish from Charles City over David Miller, Waukon.
I guess you got to call David. He's the one that would know that. I don't know what's going on here. So.
And so here we've got Korish still on top. 16 seconds left second period. Riding pretty tough. Trying to put, he's got a leg tied up here. Trying to lift the leg and bring Miller's back to the mat. And he succeeds with it. He's got the leg turked. And still getting the back points. Never pin him that way, but with the leg turked up and across the face, he picks up 3 more. So makes it 7-1.
Hey, Chuck.
And it looks like Miller will go neutral. And so Miller's up neutral.
That's all I can read.
On the other mat, we've got McKeenan from Owine is on top of Crestwood. And gets a fall. So we've got Owine with a fall in the first period. And interesting there because he did get the fall on the Cresco boy. The Cresco boy was beat pretty badly by Lillegraven, but Lillegraven couldn't get anything tied up tight. This McKeenan, he tied things up tight. On my mat, we've got Korish over the top of Miller now, over his head, and got minute 24 left and gets the fall.
And that's at 160 there. Too much multitasking going on in the last couple of minutes.
You got phone calls coming in. Phone
hanging
calls
me out to dry. Sorry for hanging you out to dry there.
That's
David.
all right.
You're watching wrestling and talking about it, so somehow you're not having too much of a problem.
Can't beat that. Can't beat that.
So let's move on to 195 here on the mat to our right. This is Aaron Day of New Hampton. And Trevor Trendy of Crestwood.
And over here we've got Alex Kohler, the fourth seed, from Charles City against Andy Lillegraven from Decorah. Kohler makes a shot at the legs. Andy sprawls. Kohler just keeps pulling the leg in.
Here's Trendy with the takedown, trying to get the arm up on the back, but getting to his feet is the New Hampton wrestler, and up.
There was a lot of scrambling there, but Lillegraven come out on top. I thought he was going to come over the top and hook a leg in, missed the leg. Kohler took him to his back, and then Lillegraven rolled through, and this referee didn't call any quick points, and so Lillegraven's the one that ended up on top, and he got the 2. Lillegraven's trying to whip over there, and it doesn't work. But got Kohler on his belly now. Gets Kohler's arm up behind his back. Kohler, a sophomore, Littlegraven, a freshman. Littlegraven gets the arm up on the back, but then when he tries to throw it across, he keeps losing it. And had to hold it tight to the back. Throw it a little bit more toward the head rather than straight across.
And over here at 195, Trendy leading Day of New Hampton by a 4-1 margin. And then Trendy has Day once again on his back with 18 seconds left in the period, and there's the fall. Trevor Trendy of Crestwood winning by a fall in a minute 43.
And Andy with a spiral ride there gets Kaler broken down. With the arm up on the back. Doesn't have too much trouble getting Kaler's arm up on the back, but doing something with it. Nothing else. And Andy had a lot of trouble with Farlinger earlier. Beat him badly with the arm on the back. And now you got to make something out of it. Right now we've got Kaler came to it. Now Andy comes over across the head, tries to whip over, it doesn't work, and Kaler gets to his feet. Really shouldn't be doing that when Kaler's on his knees like that. Kaler makes a shot, gets stopped. Andy comes back, gets the takedown. Almost looked like
Caleb Rinkin with a 13-second fall for Waverly Shellrock on Jared Knutson of Crestwood at 220.
Andy got a ball and chain now, trying to get a ball and chain tilt, and time runs out. Scores 4-1. Littlegraven over Alex Kaler from 4th seed from Charles City, and Andy's was actually the 3rd seed. Looks like Kaler took a bump there. He's looking for injury time, and
we're going to move on to 285 here. This is New Hampton and Crestwood. This is Lincoln Weber of New Hampton and Crestwood's Alan Iverson. Iverson losing to Brody Tupy earlier on in the semifinals.
And Andy getting a little advice from Coach Adams there to keep his elbows in. And, a little bit of how to throw, maybe to get that throw by when he gets on top there and gets the arm up on the back. It's over the head and comes under the arm. Force that towards the head a little more than across the body, and the arm won't slip out.
And a legal hold called here on Alan Iverson. And a 1 point awarded to the New Hampton wrestler Weber. It's 2-1 Iverson with 1:18 left here in the first period.
Starting the second period, Andy goes down, comes to his feet. Kaler takes him back to the mat. Andy comes back up again, turns. Kaler locks up on the edge of the mat, and they go out of bounds. Andy has a whizzer in, but no points scored. Still 4-1, Andy over Alex Kaler.
A 4-1 advantage there, and a 2-1 advantage for Iverson here. He's got
Andy to
a
his
wing
feet.
and a wrist. He's trying to run it with 53 seconds left in the period, but Weber, a big boy to do that to.
And Andy did a good job of getting to his feet and breaking hand control, but Kaler dropped right in on a double then and took him down, so no points scored. Andy coming in to do a switch, and he switches in for 2. Got a 6-1 lead right now on Alex Kaler.
25 seconds left in the period. Iverson still leading Weber of New Hampton here at 285.
And
Iverson's got something locked up. He puts Weber on his back. Not quite there yet. Perhaps needs to lift the arm, but Weber able to roll through. 3 back points awarded to Iverson, and we'll go to the second period with Iverson leading by a 5-1 margin.
And Kaler comes to his feet. Andy locks up behind, takes him back to the mat. Thank goodness we didn't get any stalling call there. And, Greg Becker calling it like he ought to. Andy takes him back to the mat. Kaler stands up. 33 seconds left. Andy reaches back through the crotch, drives him back to the mat, comes across with a tough, hard crossface, trying to lower that shoulder. And Kaler gets a stalling call on the bottom. Now, I just assumed he didn't have that. I'm sure the Charles City coaches are encouraging to move a little more. I just assumed he laid there, but he got the stalling call. And 6 seconds left. Second period. Andy's way outside, so he's no danger of being called for anything. And period's over. And Green's choice, that the Kaler. Kaler's going neutral. 6-1 lead for Andy. And Kaler decides to go neutral, behind by 5 points. Now Andy's got to watch for any throws or any big throws. Kaler though is a double leg man, and he gets in on that. He gets in deep. He's been in deep several times, but he doesn't keep his knees moving. Andy's stuffing his head right now. Andy's not putting enough hip pressure. Now he's put a little more hip pressure. We've got to put a little more hip pressure on him. And the referee blows the whistle, and Andy comes around behind.
Here's Iverson for Crestwood, a headlocking Webker. Not able to keep the headlock, though, and Webker steps behind and gets the takedown awarded. 5-3 the score. New Hampton trailing Crestwood. 45 seconds left here in the period. 6-3 the lead as Weber able to
Andy gets takedown for 2.
Out.
Leading 8-1 over Kaler. Charles City. Kaler goes to sit. Andy tries to snap him back. Kaler bellies out. Andy covers. Minute 7 seconds left. With the referee reminding Kaler he's got one stalling call on him. I just assumed he didn't bother to coach him that way. Charles City, I'm sure, is hollering at him to keep moving. Andy's got him broke down flat. Now trying to get it. Now let the wrist go. And now he comes across with a crossface.
There's Weber stepping over and getting a takedown on Iverson, and Weber's going to pull within 6'5 of Iverson here in the Conti semis at 285 as we head to the third period.
And we get called for stalling, and the coaches tell him let him up. So we got Kaler with a 2-point takedown, or excuse me, with a free escape. Tries for a takedown, but he doesn't even seem like he knows where he's at. And Andy does a nice job of covering him on top, and leads 10-2 now. And now we're going to get a stall on Kaler on the bottom, and that's a point for Andy, making 11-2. And Kaler comes to his feet. And Andy gets 1 point escape there as they go out of bounds.
Iverson restarting in the down position. Weber has been able to ride him for the first 40 seconds here in the third period. Weber trailing by a 4-0 margin, and Lillegraven gets thrown.
Well, Andy, I
wondered why you were slapping the.
Got a takedown there at the edge. Got an escape there at the edge of the mat, and then Kaler got a deep double, and Andy locked up on a whizzer, and
Iverson with the headlock. Iverson has Weber on his back here. Weber trying to roll his way through. Lillegraven gets the win, and Iverson gets the fall.
11-5, but Andy left the whizzer in too long on that double and got taken right flat to his back, but fortunately it was just right out of bounds. Or he could have lost by fall, but 11-5 will take that.
Lillegraven with the 11-5.
But I hate to see a guy leading by a score like that, and then on his back, and then on his back on a takedown with only about 10 seconds left in the match. Goodness sakes.
I've got the other 285 Conti semifinal up here. Henry Horan of Owine and Gentry Miller of Waverly Shellrock.
And we got 195 here. And here we've got Daniel Ott against Jacobs, Nick Jacobs, Charles City. And Jacobs the second seed. Ott looks like seeded about 5th. And up the top half of the bracket. And this is one reason why Waverly Shellrock's in first place. Here's a third seed to beat the second seed to get to the finals. Yep. And we also had the Waukon kid get beat by Frieden get beat by a Waverly kid.
That was a 2 over a 3, but still it was a fall.
Yeah.
And Frieden was leading the majority of that match.
Yes. And and here we get the takedown by Nick Jacobs, 21-12 record, second seed over Daniel Ott, 19-14, and fifth seed.
Jacobs was the 2 seed. Jameer Mora threw him in the semifinals.
Minute 36. Yeah.
And here is a roll through and a headlock and a scramble situation here at heavyweight. Wild sequence here at 285 and no points awarded. They were rolling through like crazy, and that's a very good job by Mike Denner. Sometimes you'll see officials get points and they'll lose track of who actually scored first, and he just let the action play out, and it ends up being 0-0, 11 seconds left here in the period.
Yeah, we've got Jacobs with a takedown here on Daniel Ott. He had his arms tied up in a tilt there, but I think he got about 2-1 counts. That didn't add up to anything, so no points scored. So it's 2-0. Nick Jacobs, Jr., 21-12, second seed over Daniel Ott. Now,
again, only one match to go after this. After that happens, we will take about a 15 to 20 minute break, and then we will be back with the fifth place matches and then the championship round of competition here this afternoon at the Northeast Iowa Conference Wrestling Meet.
And again, Jacobs.
Here's a wine now with Horan having Gentry Miller on his back. 1:30 left here in the second period.
Miller, pretty small heavyweight.
And a fall for Henry Horan. Horan gets the fall at 226, so he will wrestle for third. And Miller will wrestle for fifth.
And on mat number 2 here, starts second period. We've got Daniel Ott in on a takedown there against Jacobs, but he got the leg, but Jacobs sprawls out nicely. And Jacobs got his hips back. Daniel trying to drive through. Jacobs trying to take across the. He's got his hands locked up around the head, and gets the fall over Daniel Ott.
243. The fall for Nick Jacobs. And Tyler Flock and Noah Hopp are going to be up on mat number 2, final bout of this round. We'll try to get you a team standing update here in the not too distant future. It's Decorah and New Hampton on this end of things.
And here we've got Flack, the third seed at 9-9, and then we got Noah Hopp, the fourth seed at 9-9, and Hopp, the third seed at 27-15. Flack in after a shot. Hopp headlocks, front headlocks, and now Hopp drops in on a leg, but he left his arm out, and Flack with an underhook, and Hopp breaks loose and try something different this time. And Hopp just left that elbow out on that takedown, and Flack underhooked it, blocked it. And both of them forehead to forehead now. Flack with outside ties. Hopp's got the inside position. Flack after a shot on the leg, but again he hit the leg and then stopped, and now bellied out, and Hopp came around behind him. Hopp's trying to push his head down. He's going to go back out and give him one, makes it 2-1.
And I know during the intermission, to me, this is one of the neater things about this tournament. All the past champions of the host school that won Northeast Iowa Conference titles will be introduced. Of course, here at New Hampton, Jeff Fredoff will be one of them.
And
everybody else that has won a conference title will be asked to stand as well. Just
Hop gets a takedown to make it 4-1, and lets Flack go to make it 4-2.
Third and fourth place and fifth and sixth place matches. Third and fourth place and fifth and sixth place matches will be in the next round.
really.
Really? Yeah, they just announced that third place and fifth place match would be next round, but
That's kind of goofy.
that's goofy.
Unless you're trying to push things up with maybe some impending weather. That's about my only thinking out loud reason for that, but
Could be. That could be.
you know, it's snowing. It's snowing at about 20 miles west of I-35. I'm reading on the social media right now. So here is your team standings right now.
Going in the second period, Tyler Flack deferred. Noah Hop's going down, leading 4-2.
Waverly Shellrock 183.5, Crestwood 153.5, New Hampton 150, Charles City fourth with 146, Owine fifth with 142.
Hop to his feet. Tyler and Flack locked up behind him. Let's go right toward the edge of the mat. So scores 5-2. Noah Hop leading Tyler Flack.
Decorah with 131.5, walk on in seventh with 54 points. So the Go Hawks going to enter the placing round with a 30-point lead.
Yeah, like I say, those couple three there that they got in the finals that they shouldn't have, you know, by at least by seedings. They went over their seed and came back from behind to win. And those are the things that put teams in the finals, put teams in the lead.
Go Hawks trying to win this title for the 11th year in a row.
Quite a run. And I'll give them credit this year in particular. They had to work for it.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't come in as going away favorites. We knew they'd be one of the favorites, but they weren't going away favorites coming in. But, you know, you get three kids that get to the finals that weren't seeded to get there. That makes a big difference.
Yep. And you also got to look at the fact that they've gotten a heck of a lot of bonus points today, too.
Yep. Yep, they have. I mean, that's hard wrestling.
So the Go Hawks trying to continue their reign of Northeast Iowa Conference domination, even though they did lose a couple of dual meets this year. Decorah ended their long streak of long dual meets in a row, 64 in a row, until the Vikings beat them back in December, and Owine beat them to end the campaign.
Yeah. See Owine with 2-2. I see the records down here on the wall here in New Hampton, and Owine's 2-4.
Yep.
One of those was walk on, and one of those is Waverly.
Yep. And Decorah went 3-3.
And one of those
they defeated Owine, walk on, and Waverly.
But it's all in the matchups.
Exactly, and of course, in a dual meet, you can shift kids around. You can throw in a JV kid there.
Yep.
I mean, it's a different mentality than a tournament setting.
Yeah. A tournament.
Because if I'm not mistaken, you go back to about 1995. I believe our wrestling team, Decorah, finished second in the dual team state, and I think they scored 2 points at the traditional state tournament.
Yeah, that's right.
So
those were J.C. Guzman's points.
Yep.
And
if Corey Kwandal could have been awarded a fall that he deserved,
we'd have beat Davenport Assumption and been state champs.
Yep.
Yeah.
But hey,
dual meets a lot different breed of cat than the individual tournament. And that's one nice thing about wrestling as a sport. You don't have to have anybody really good on the team as long as you got everybody that's fairly good.
And the thing of it is, that's the thing you go into sectionals next weekend. If you can manage to do well enough to finish second place, Decorah, from a dual meet perspective, it's not going to be easy, because I'd have to say Independence, Crestwood, North Fayette Valley would probably have an edge on Decorah. at least on paper, heading into that 6-team sectional next weekend. But if you can finagle enough to get a lot out of second place, Decorah could be a team that could make some noise from a dual perspective, probably more than a traditional perspective.
And that's again the nice thing about wrestling is, you get these other sports. You can have a real star, 2 stars, 3 stars on the team, but if you don't have the rest of the team pulling, that you hit sub-state or early in the end of the year, you're done.
Yep.
But you get 1 or 2 good kids that can get down to the Des Moines State Tournament, extend that season another week, and maybe have a state champ. But it's hard for a team to have a bad season if you got a state champ on the team.
Exactly.
And
because the year Taylor Mansfield won it, Decorah only had 2 qualifiers that year, but
come home with a state champ. But now we've got Noah Hopp in on a cradle. He lost the cradle there, but he put Tyler Flack on his back, and he's not getting back points.
Apparently he got 2, and Tyler's going to get out to make it 7-4.
7-4.
That's going to be
that's where it's going to end. 7-4. Noah Hopp over Tyler Flack, but that's a 3rd seed over a 4th seed. So I guess that's where they had it figured. But
all right,
pretty good battle by Tyler Flack.
That'll do it for the preliminaries. The placing matches are coming up next, and we will be back here in about 15-20 minutes or so with more wrestling action. So we will be join us about 2:50, 2:55 in there here on the web stream, and at that time we will be back with more wrestling action. From the Northeast Iowa Conference Wrestling Tournament in New Hampton, Dave Omdahl and Darren Swenson. We'll see you in 20 minutes.